Jeremiah chapter 1. The word of the Jeremiah son of the Hilkiah, one of the priests from Anathoth in the land of the Benjamin. The word of the Lord came to him in the days of the Josiah son of the Ammon king of the Judah in the 13th year of his reign. And again in the days of the Jehoiakim son of the Josiah king of Judah until the end of the 11th year of the Zedekiah son of the Josiah king of Judah down to the exile of the Jerusalem in the 5th month. Call of Jeremiah. The word of the Lord came to me. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I dedicated you. A prophet to the nation, I appointed you. Lord God, I said, I do not know how to speak. I am too young. But the Lord answered me, do not say, I am too young. To whomever I send you, you shall go. Whatever I command you, you shall speak. Do not be afraid of them, for I am with you to deliver you, oracle of the Lord. Then the Lord extended his hand and touched my mouth, saying to me, see, I place my words in your mouth. Today I appoint you over nations and over kingdoms, to uproot and to tear down, to destroy and to demolish, to build and to plant. The word of the Lord came to me. What do you see, Jeremiah? I see a branch of the almond trees, I replied. Then the Lord said to me, you have seen well, for I am watching over my word to carry it out. A second time the word of the Lord came to me. What do you see? I replied, I see boiling kettle whose mouth is tipped away from the north. The Lord said to me, and from the north evil will pour out over all who dwell in the land. Look, I am summoning all the kingdom of the north, oracle of the Lord. Each king shall come and set up his throne in the gateways of the Jerusalem, against all its surrounding walls and against all the city of the Judah. I pronounce my sentence against them for all their wickedness in forsaking me, in burning incense to other gods, in bowing down to the work of their hands. But you prepare yourself, stand up and tell them all that I command you. Do not be terrified on account of them, or I'll terrify you before them. For I am the one who today makes you a fortified city, a pillar of the iron, a wall of the bronze against the whole land, against Judah king and the princes, its priests and the people of the land. They will fight against you, but not prevail over you, for I am with you to deliver you, oracle of the Lord. Infidelity of Israel. The word of the Lord came to me. Go cry out the message from Jerusalem to hear. I remember the devotion of your youth, how you allowed me as a bride, following me in the wilderness in a land unsown. Israel was dedicated to the Lord, the first fruit of his harvest. All who ate of it were held guilty, evil before them, oracle of the Lord. Listen to the word of the Lord, powers of the Jacob, all you clan of the house of the Israel. Thus says the Lord, what fault did your ancestors find in me, that they withdrew from me, went after emptiness, and became empty themselves? They did not ask, where is the Lord who brought us up from the land of Egypt, who led us through the wilderness, through a land of the waste and the ravines, a land of the drought and the darkness, a land who no one crosses, where no one dwells? I brought you into the garden land to eat its fine fruit, but you entered and defiled my land. You turned my heritage into an abomination. The priest did not ask, where is the Lord? The expert in the law did not know me. The shepherd rebelled against me. The prophet prophesied by Baal and went after useless idols. Therefore I again accuse you, oracle of the Lord, even your children I will accuse. Cross to the coast of the Cyprus and see, send me Gita and carefully inquire, where has anything like this been done? Does any other nation change its gods, even though they are not gods at all? But my people have changed their glory for useless things. Be horrified at this, heavens should be appalled, the oracle of the Lord. Two evils my people have done. They have forsaken me, no source of the living words. They have dug themselves cisterns, broken cisterns that cannot hold water. Is Israel a slave, a houseborn servant? Why then has he become plunderers? Against him lion roared, they raised their voices. They have turned his land into a wasted. His cities are charred ruins without an inhabitant. Yes, the people of Memphis and Tahpanhes shaved the crown of your head. Has not forsaken the Lord your God done this to you? And now why go to Egypt to drink the water of the Nile? Why go to Assyria to drink the water of the river? Your own wickedness chastise you, your own infidelity punish you. Now know then and see how evil and bitter is your forsaking the Lord your God. And you are showing no fear of me, oracle of the Lord, the God of hosts. Long ago you broke your yoke, you tore off your bonds, you said, I will not serve on every highway, under every green tree. You sprawled and serve as a prostitute. But I have planted you as a choice vine or degraded stock. How could you turn out so obnoxious to me, a spurious vine? Even if you scour it with a little and use much soap, the stain of your guilt is still before me, oracle of the Lord God. How can you say, I am not defiled, I have not pursued the bars? Consider your conduct in the valley, recall what you have done. A skittish young camels running back and forth. A wild donkey bred in the wilderness, sniffing the wine in her desire. Who can restrain her lust? None seeking her need tire themselves. In a time they will find her. Stop wearing out your feet and parching your throat. But you say, no use, no. How I love this stranger, after them I must go. As the thief is shamed when caught, so shall the house of Israel be shamed. There their kings, their princes, their priests, and their prophets. They say to a piece of the wood, you are my father, and to a stone, you gave me a voice. They turn their back to me, not their faces. Yet in the time of the trouble they cry out, rise up and save us. Where are the gods you made for yourselves? Let them rise up. Will they save you in your time of the troubles? For as numerous as your cities are your God, O Judah, and as many as the streets of the Jerusalem are the altars you have set up for Baals. Why are you arguing with me? You have all rebelled against me, oracle of the Lord. In vain I struck your children, correction they did not take. Your sword devoured your prophet like a ravening lion. Your people of this generation consider the rule of the Lord. Have I become a wilderness to Israel, a land of the glooms? Why then do my people say, we have moved on, we will not come to you anymore? Does a young woman forget her jewelry or bribe her sons? Yet my people have forgotten me, days without numbers. How well you pick your way when seeking love. In your wickedness you have gone by ways uncleansed. On your clothing is the lifeblood of the innocent. You did not find them committing burglaries. Nonetheless, you say, I am innocent. At least his anger is turned away from me. Listen, I'll judge you on that words of yours I have not seen. How frivolous you have become in changing your course. By Egypt you will be shamed, just as you were shamed by Assyria. From there too you will go out, your hands upon your head. For the Lord has rejected those in whom you trust. With them you will have no success. Jeremiah chapter 3. If a man divorces his wife and she leaves him and then becomes the wife of another, can she return to the first? Would not this land be wholly defiled? But you have played the prostitute with many lovers, and yet you would return to me, oracle of the Lord. Raise your eyes to the height and look, where have men not reigned with you? Along the roadways you waited for them like an Arabian in the wilderness. You defiled the land by your wicked prostitution. Therefore the shores were withheld, the spring rain did not fall, but because you have prostituted the poor, you refuse to be ashamed. Even now do you not call me, my father, you are the bridegroom of my youth. Will we keep his rest forever? Will he hold his glory to the end? This is what you say, when you do all the evil you can, Judah and Israel. The Lord said to me in the days of the king Josiah, do you see what the rebellious Israel has done? She has gone up every high mountain, and under every green tree she has played the prostitute. And I thought after she has done all this, she will return to me, but she did not return. Then even though that traitor her sister Judah saw that in response to the older adulteries the rebel Israel had committed, I sent her away and gave her a bit of the divorce. Nevertheless, Judah the traitor, her sister, was not frightened. She too went out and played the prostitute. With her casual prostitution, she polluted the land, committing adultery with stone and wood. In spite of all this, Judah the traitor, her sister, did not return to me wholeheartedly, but sincerely, oracle of the Lord. Restoration of Israel. Then the Lord said to me, rebel Israel is more just than traitor Judah. Go proclaim these words toward the north and say, Return, rebel Israel, oracle of the Lord, I will not remain angry with you, for I am merciful, oracle of the Lord, I will not keep my anger forever. Only admit your guilt, how you have rebelled against the Lord your God, how you ran here and there to strangers under every green tree, and would not listen to my voice, oracle of the Lord. Return, rebellious children, oracle of the Lord, for I am your master. I'll take you one from a city, two from a clan, and bring you to Zion. I'll appoint for you a shepherd after my own heart, who will shepherd you wisely and prudently. When you increase in number and are fruitful in the land, oracle of the Lord, they will in those days no longer say, the ark of the covenant of the Lord, they will no longer think of it, or remember it, or miss it, or make another once. At that time they will call Jerusalem the Lord's throne. All nations will gather together there to honor the name of the Lord at Jerusalem, and they will no longer stubbornly follow their wicked heart. In those days the house of the Judah will walk alongside the house of the Israel. Together they will come from the land of the north to the land which I gave your ancestors as a heritage. Condition for forgiveness. I thought how I would like to make you my children, so I gave you a pleasant land, the most beautiful heritage among the nations. You would call me my father, I thought, and you would never turn away from me. But like a woman faithless to her lover, thus have you been faithless to me, house of the Israel, oracle of the Lord. A cry is heard on the height, the plaintive weeping of the Israel children, because they have perverted their ways, they have forgotten the Lord their God. Return, rebellious children, I will heal your rebellion. Here we are, we belong to you, for you are Lord our God. Deceptive indeed are the hills, the mountain clamorous. Only in the Lord our God is Israel's salvation. The shameful things has devoured our ancestors' wars from our youth, their sheep and cattle, their sons and daughters. Let us lie down in our shame, let our disgrace cover us, for we have sinned against the Lord our God, we and our ancestors from our youth to this day. We did not listen to the voice of the Lord our God. Jeremiah chapter 4. If you return, Israel, oracle of the Lord, return to me. If you put the detestable things out of my sight and do not stray. And swear as the Lord lives, in truth, in judgment, and in justice, then the nations shall bless themselves in him, and in him glory. For to people of the Judah and Jerusalem, thus says the Lord, till your untilled ground, and do not sow among thorns. Be circumcised for the Lord, remove the foreskin of your heart, the people of the Judah and inhabitant of the Jerusalem. Or else my anger will break out like a fire and burn so that no one can quench it, because of your evil deeds. The invasion from the north. Proclaim it in Judah, in Jerusalem, announce it, blow the trumpet throughout the land, call out the field lengths. Say, assemble, let us march to the fortified cities. Raise the signal to Zion, seek a refuge, don't stand there, disaster I bring from the north and the great destruction. Up comes the lion from its lair, the destroyer of the nation has set out, has left its place. To turn your land into desolation, your city into an uninhabited waste. So put on sackcloth, mourn and wail, the blazing anger of the Lord has not turned away from us. In that day, oracle of the Lord, the king will lose heart and the princes, the priest will be horrified and the prophet stunned. The Lord God, they will say, you really did deceive us when you said you shall have peace, while the truth was at our very throats. At that time it will be said to this people and to Jerusalem, a scorching wind from the bare height comes through the wilderness toward my daughter the people, not to winnow, not to cleanse. A strong wind from there comes at my bidding, now I to pronounce a sentence upon them. See, like storm cloud he advanced, like a whirlwind his chariot. Swifter than eagles his horses, what to us we are ruined. Cleanse your heart of the evil, Jerusalem, that you may be saved. How long will you entertain wicked schemes? A voice proclaimed from them announced wickedness from Mount Ephraim. Make this known to the nation, announce it against Jerusalem. Besiegers are coming from the distant land, shouting their war cry against the city of the Judah. Like watchers in the fields, they surround her, for she has rebelled against me, oracle of the Lord. Your conduct, your deed have done this to you. How bitter is this evil of yours, how it reaches to your very heart. My body, how I lied, the word of my heart beat widely, I cannot be still. For myself have heard the blast of the horn, the battle cry. Ruin upon ruin is reported, the whole land is laid waste. In an instant my tents are lavished, in a flash my shelters. How long must I see the signal, hear the blast of the horns? My people are fools, they do not know me, they are senseless children without understanding. They are wise at evil, but they do not know how to do good. I look at the earth, it was wasted, and the void at the heavens, their light had gone out. I look at the mountains, they were quaking, all these hills were crumbling. I looked, there was no one, even the birds of the air had flown away. I looked, the garden land was a wilderness with all its cities destroyed before the Lord, before his blazing anger. For thus said the Lord, the whole earth shall be wasted, but I will not wholly destroy it. Because of this the earth shall mourn, the heaven above shall darken. I have spoken, I will not change my mind, I have decided, I will not turn back. At the shout of the right and the archers, each city take to a fight. They shrink into the thicket, they scale the rocks. All the cities are abandoned, no one lives in them. You know who are doomed, what are you doing? Dressing in purples, bedecking yourself with gold, enlarging your eyes with the coals. You beautify yourself in vain, your lovers reject you, they seek your life. Yes, I heard the cry like that of the woman in labor, like the anguish of the mother bearing her first child. The cry of the daughter of Zion, gasping as she stretched out her hands. Ah, woe is me, I sing exhausted before my killers. Jeremiah chapter 5, Universal Corruption. Roam the street of the Jerusalem, look about, observe, search through her scales to find evil one, who act justly and seek the honestly, and I'll pardon her. They say, as the Lord lives, but in fact they swear falsely. Lord, do your eyes not search for honesty? You struck them, but they did not flinch. You laid them low, but they refused correction. They set their face harder than stone and refused to return. I thought these are only the lowly, they behave foolishly, for they do not know the way of the Lord, the justice of their God. Let me go to the leaders and speak with them, for they must know the way of the Lord, the justice of their God. But one and all they have broken the yoke, torn off the hardness. Therefore, lion from the forest slay them, wolves of the desert ravish them. Leopards keep watch around their cities, all who come out are torn to pieces. For their crimes are many, their rebellion are numerous. Why should I pardon you? Your children have forsaken me. They swear by God they are no God. I fed them, but they commit adultery. To the prostitute house they throng. They are lustful stallions, each nice after the other wives. Should I not punish them for this, oracle of the Lord? On a nation like this, should I not take vengeance? Climb her terraces and ravish them, destroy them completely. Tear away her tendrils, they do not belong to the Lord. For they have openly rebelled against me, both the house of Israel and the house of the Judah, oracle of the Lord. They deny the Lord, saying he is nothing. No evil shall come to us, neither sword nor famine shall we see. The prophets are wind, and the war is not with them. Let it be done to them. Therefore thus said the Lord God of the host, because you have said this, see, I make my words of fire in your mouth, and this people the wood that it shall devour. Beware, I'll bring against you a nation from far away, O house of the Israel, oracle of the Lord. O long-lived nation, an ancient nations, a people whose language you do not know, whose speech you cannot understand. Their keyboards are like open graves, all of them are warriors. They will devour your harvest and your bread, devour your son and your daughters, devour your sheep and cattle, devour your vine and fig trees. With their sword they will beat down the fortified city in which you trust. Yet even in those days, oracle of the Lord, I will completely destroy you. And when they ask, why has the Lord our God done all these things to us? Say to them, as you have abandoned me to serve foreign God in your own land, so shall you serve foreigner in the land not your own. Announce this to the house of the Jacob, proclaim it in Judah. Pay attention to this, you are foolish and senseless people, who have eyes and do not see, who have ears and do not hear. Should you not fear me, oracle of the Lord? Should you not tremble before me? I made the sandy shore the sea the limit, which by eternal decrees it may not overstep. Tossed though it may, it is to no avail. Though it billows low, they cannot overstep. But this people's heart is stubborn and rebellious, they turn and go away. And do not say in their hearts, let us fear the Lord our God, who gives us rain early and late in its time, who watches for us over the appointed week of the harvest. Your crime have prevented these things, your sin have turned this blessing away from you. For criminals look among my people like fowls, they set traps, but it is human beings they catch. Their houses are as full of treachery as a bird cage is of birds. Therefore they grow powerful and rich. Fat and sleek, they pass over wicked deeds, just they do not defend. By advancing the claim of the orphan or judging the cause of the poor. Shall I not punish these things, oracle of the Lord, on a nation such as this? Shall I not take vengeance? Something shocking and horrible has happened in the land. The prophet prophesied falsely, and the priests teach on their own authorities. Yet my people like it this way. What will you do when the end comes? Jeremiah chapter 6, the enemy at the gate. Seek refuge, Benjaminite, from the midst of the Jerusalem. Blow the trumpet in the Tekoa. Raise a signal over the Beth Hacherem. For disaster threatened from the north and mighty destruction. Lovely and delicate, daughter of Zion, you are ruined. Against her, shepherds come with their flags all around. They pitch their tents against her. Each one grazes his portion. Prepare for war against her. Up, let us search upon her at midday. What to us the day is waning. Evening shadows lengthen. Up, let us rush upon her by night, destroy her palaces. For thus said the Lord of hosts, hew down her trees, threw up a siege mound against Jerusalem. What the city is marked for punishment, there is nothing but oppression within her. As a well keeps its water fresh, so she keeps fresh her wickedness. Violence and destruction resound in her. Even before me are wounds of blows. Be warned, Jerusalem, or I will be estranged from you, and I will turn you into a wilderness, a land where no one dwells. Thus said the Lord of hosts, glean like a vine, the remnant of the Israel. Pass your hand like a vintagers, repeatedly over the tendrils. To whom shall I speak? Whom shall I run and be heard? See, their ears are uncircumcised, they cannot pay attention. See, the word of the Lord has become for them an object of scorn for which they have no taste. But the rest of the law that brings up within me, I am weary of the holding in it. I'll pour it out upon the child in the street, upon the young men gathered together. Yes, husband and wife will be taken, elder with ancient. Their houses will fall to others, their fields and their wives as well. For I'll stretch forth my hand against those who dwell in the land, the oracle of the Lord. Small and great alike all are greedy for gains, profit, and praise, all practice frauds. They have treated rightly the injury to my people. Peace, peace, they say, though there is no peace. They have acted shamefully, committing abomination, yet they are not at all ashamed. They do not know how to blush, therefore they will fall among the fallen. In the time of their punishment they shall stumble, says the Lord. Thus says the Lord, stand by always the laws as the pathway of old, which is the way to good, and walk it. Thus you will find the rest for yourselves, but they said, we will not work it. I raised a watchman for them, pay attention to the sound of the trumpet, but they said, we will not pay attention. Therefore hear, O nations, and know, O earth, what I'll do with them. See, I bring evil upon the people, the fate of their own schemes, because they did not pay attention to my rules, because they rejected my law. Of what use to me in incense that comes from Shiva, or sweet canna from far-off lands? Your burnt offering find no favor with me, your sacrifice do not praise me. Therefore thus said the Lord, see, I'll place before these people obstacle to trip them out. Parent and the children alike, neighbor and a friend shall embarrass it. Thus says the Lord, see, the people comes from the land of the north, a great nation rising from the very ends of the earth. Bow and Zebulun they rail, the cruel and the pitiless are they. They sound like a roaring sea as they ride forth on horses, each in the place for battle against the Doro Zion. We hear news of them, our hands hang helpless, anguish take hold of us, pangs like a woman in childbirth. Do not go out into the field, do not step into the street, for the enemy has sword terror on every side. Those of my people dress in sackcloth, roll in the ashes, mourn as for an only child with bitter wailings. How suddenly the destroyer comes upon us. A tester for my people I will appoint you to search and test their way. Arc laborers are they all, dealers in slanders, bronze and iron, all of them destroyer they are. The bellows are scorched, the lead is consumed by the fire, in vain has the refiner refined. The wicked are not drawn out. The silver reject, they shall be called, for the Lord has rejected them. Jeremiah chapter 7, the temple sermon. The word came to Jeremiah from the Lord, stand at the gate of the house of the Lord and proclaim this message there. Hear the word of the Lord, all of you Judah who enter this gate to worship the Lord. Thus said the Lord of the host, the God of Israel, reform your ways and your deeds, so that I may dwell with you in this place. Do not put your trust in these deceptive words, the temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord. Only if you thoroughly reform your ways and your deeds, if each of you deal justly with your neighbor, if you no longer oppress the alien, the orphan, and the widows, if you no longer shed innocent blood in the place or follow after other God to your own harm. Only then will I let you continue to dwell in this place, in the land I gave your ancestors long ago and forever. But look at you, you put your trust in deceptive words to your own loss. Do you think you can steal and murder, commit adultery and perjury, sacrifice to the Baal, follow other gods that you do not know, and then come and stand in my presence in this house which bears my name and say, we are safe, we can commit all this abomination again? Has this house which bears my name become in your eyes a den of the thieves? I have seen it for myself, oracle of the Lord. Go to my place at the Shiloh where I made my name dwell in the beginnings. See what I did to it because of the wickedness of my people Israel. And now because you have committed all these deeds, oracle of the Lord, because you did not listen, though I spoke to you on tyrannies, and because you did not answer, though I called you, I'll do to this house which bears my name, in which you trust, and to the place which I gave you and your ancestors, exactly what I did to Shiloh. I'll cast you out of my sight as I cast away all your kindred, all the offspring of Ephraim. Abuse in worship. You now must not intercede for these people. Do not raise a cry or prayer in their behalf. Do not press me, for I will not listen to you. Do you not see what they are doing in the city of the Judah, in the street of the Jerusalem? The children gather wood, their father light the fire, and the woman knead dough to make a cake for the Queen of the heaven, while libation are poured out to other gods or to offend me. Are they really offending me, oracle of the Lord, or rather themselves to their own disgrace? Therefore, thus says the Lord God, my anger and my wrath will pour out upon this place, upon human being and beast, upon the tree of the field and the fruit of the earth. It will burn and not be quenched. Thus says the Lord of the host, the God of Israel, heap your burnt offering upon your sacrifice, eat up the meat. In speaking to your ancestors on the day I brought them out of the land of Egypt, I gave them no command concerning burnt offering or sacrifice. This rather is what I commanded them, listen to my voice, then I will be your God and you shall be my people. So walk exactly in the way I command you, so that you may prosper. But they did not listen to me, nor did they pay attention. They walked in the stubbornness of the evil heart and turned their backs, not their face to me. From the day that your ancestors left the land of Egypt even to this day, I kept on sending all my servants the prophet to you. Yet they have not listened to me, nor have they paid attention. They have stiffened their neck and done worse than their ancestors. When you speak all these words to them, they will not listen to you either. When you call to them, they will not answer you. Say to them, this is the nation which does not listen to the voice of the Lord its God, or take a correction. Faithfulness has disappeared, the word itself is banished from their speech. Cut up your hair and throw it away, on the height raise a lament. The Lord is indeed rejected and cast out the generation that draws down his wrath. The people of the Judah have done what is evil in my eyes, oracle of the Lord. They have set up their detestable things in the house which bears my name, thereby defiling it. In the valley of the Ben Hinnom, they go on the building the high place of the Tophaz to sacrifice their sons and daughters by fire, something I never commanded or considered. Be assured the days are coming, oracle of the Lord, when they will no longer say a Tophaz or valley of the Ben Hinnom, but the valley of the slaughter, for one of the space, the fence will become burial ground. The corpse of this people will be food for the birds of the sky and the beasts of the earth, which no one will drive away. I'll silence the cry of the joy, the cry of the gladness, the voice of the bridegroom and the voice of the bride, in the city of the Judah and in the street of the Jerusalem, for the land will be turned to a Rubble. Jeremiah chapter 8. At that time, oracle of the Lord, the bones of the king and the prince of the Judah, the bones of the priest and the prophet, and the bones of the inhabitant of the Jerusalem will be brought out of their graves, and spread out before the sun, the moon, and the whole host of the heaven, which they loved and served, which they followed, consulted, and worshipped. They will not be gathered up for burial, but will lie like dung upon the ground. Death will be preferred to life by all the survivors of these wicked people who remain in any of the place to which I banished them, oracle of the Lord of hosts. Israel conduct incomprehensible. Tell them, thus say the Lord, when someone falls, do they not arise again? If they turn away, do they not turn back? Why then do these people resist with a persistent rebellion? Why do they cling to deception, refuse to turn back? I've listened closely. They speak what is not true. No one regrets their wickedness, saying, what have I done? Everyone keeps on running their courses like a horse that sinks into battles. Even the stock in the sky knows its seasons. Turtle, dove, swift, and thrush observe the time of their return, but my people do not know the order of the Lord. How can you say we are wise? We have the law of the Lord. See, that has been changed into falsehood by lying pen of the scribes. The wise are put to shame, terrified, and trapped. Since they have rejected the word of the Lord, what sort of the wisdom do they have? Shameless in their crime. Therefore I will give their wives to other men, their fields to new owners. Small and great alike all are greedy for gain. Prophet and priest all practice frauds. They have treated rightly the injury to the daughter of my people. Peace, peace, they say, though there is no peace. They have acted shamefully, they have done abominable things, yet they are not at all ashamed. They do not know how to blush. Hence they shall be among those who fall. In their time of the punishment they shall stumble, says the Lord. Threat of the punishment. I'll gather them in oracle of the Lord, no grapes on the vine, no figs on the fig trees, foliage withers, whatever I've given them is gone. Why do you remain here? Let us assemble and flee to the fortified cities, where we will meet our dooms. For Lord our God has doomed us, He has given us poisoned water to drink, because we have sinned against the Lord. We wait for peace to no avail for a time of the healing, but terror comes instead. From then is heard the snorting of horses, the neighboring of the stallion shake the whole land. They come to devour the land and everything in it, the city and its inhabitants. Yes, I will send against the poisonous snakes, against them to no charm will work, when they bite your oracle of the Lord. The prophet grieved over the people suffering. My joy is gone, grief is upon me, my heart is sick. Listen the cry of the daughter of my people, far and wide in the land. Is the Lord no longer in Zion? Is her king no longer in our midst? Why do they provoke me with their idols, with their foreign non-entities? The harvest is over, summer ended, but we have not yet been saved. I am broken by the injury of the daughter of my people. I am in mourning. Horror has seized me. Is there no balm in Gilead, no hero there? Why does your flesh not grow over the wound of the daughter of my peoples? Oh, that my head were a spring of the water, my eyes a fountain of tears, that I might weep day and night over the slain from the daughter of my peoples. Jeremiah chapter 9, the corruption of the people. Oh, that I had in the wilderness a traveler lodging, that I might leave my people and depart from them. They are all adulterers, a band of the traitors. They raise their tongues like a drawn bow with lying and not with truth. They are powerful in the land, they go from evil to evil, and me they do not know, oracle of the Lord. Be on your guard, everyone against his neighbors. Put no trust in any brother. Every brother imitated Jacob the supplanterist. Every neighbor is guilty of slander. Each one deceives the other. No one speaks the truth. They have accustomed their tongues to lying. They are perverse and cannot repent. Violence upon violence, deceit upon deceit, they refuse to know me, oracle of the Lord. Therefore, thus says the Lord of hosts, I will refine them and test them. How else should I deal with the daughter of my peoples? A murderous arrow is their tongues, their mouths utter deceit. They speak peaceably with their neighbors, but in their hearts they lay an ambush. Should I not punish them for these deeds, oracle of the Lord, or on a nation such as this should I not take vengeance? There is over the lavish land. Over the mountain I shall break out in cry of the lamentation, over the pasture in the wilderness in a dirge. They are scorched and no one crosses them, no sound of lowing carols. Birds of the air as well as beasts all have fled and are gone. I will turn Jerusalem into a heap of the ruins, a haunt of the jackals. The city of the Judah I will make a waste where no one dwells. Who is wise enough to understand this? To whom has the mouth of the Lord spoken? Let him declare it. Why is the land lavished? Scorched like a wilderness, no one crosses. The Lord said, because they have abandoned my law, which I set before them, and did not listen to me or follow it, but follow instead their stubborn hearts and the bars, as their ancestors had taught them. Therefore, thus said the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, see, now I will give these people wormwood to eat and poison the water to drinks. I will scatter them among nations whom neither they nor their ancestors have known. I will send the sword to pursue them until I have completely destroyed them. Thus said the Lord of hosts, inquire and call the wailing woman to come, summon the most skilled of them. Let them come quickly and raise for us a dirge, that our eyes may run with tears, our pupils flow with woes. The sound of the dirge is heard from Zion. We are ruined and greatly ashamed. We have left the land, give up our dwellings. Hear your woman the word of the Lord. Let your ears receive the word of his mouth. Teach your daughter or dirge and each other lament. Death has come up through our windows, has entered our citadels, to cut down children in the street, young people in the squares. Corpses shall fall like dung in the open field, like sheep behind the harvest, with no one to gather them. A true glory. Thus said the Lord, let not the wise boast of his wisdom, nor the strong boast of his strength, nor the rich man boast of his riches. But rather let those who boast of this, that in their prudence they know me. Know that I, the Lord, act with fidelity, justice, and integrity on earth. How I take a delight in these oracles of the Lord. First circumcision. See, days are coming, oracle of the Lord, when I demand account of all those circumcised in the foreskin. Egypt and Judah, Edom and the Ammonite, Moab, and those who live in the wilderness and shave their temples. For all the nations are uncircumcised, even the whole house of the Israel is uncircumcised at heart. Jeremiah chapter 10, the folly of the idolaters. Hear the word the Lord speak to you, house of the Israel. Thus says the Lord, do not learn the way of the nation, and have no fear of the sign in the heavens, even though the nation fear them. For the carving of the nation are non-entities, wood cut from forest, fashioned by artisan with a dash. Adorned with silver and gold, with nails and hammers, they are fastened, so they do not fall. Like a scarecrow in a cucumber field are they cannot speak. They must be carried about, for they cannot walk. Do not fear them, they can do no harm, neither can they do good. No one is like your Lord, you are great, great and mighty is your name. Who would not fear you, King of the nation, for it is your dues among all the wisest of the nations, and in all their dominion there is none like you. One and all they are stupid and senseless, the instruction from non-entities only wood. Silver plate brought from the Tarshish and gold from Ophir, the work of the artisan and the handiwork of the smelters. Clothed with the violet and the purple, all of them the work of the skilled workers. The Lord is truly God, He is a living God, the eternal King, before whose anger the earth quakes, whose wrath the nation cannot endure. Thus shall I say of them, the God that did not make heaven and earth, let these perish from earth and from beneath heaven. The one who made the earth by his power established the world by his wisdom, and by his skill stretched out the heavens. When he thunders the world in the heavens lower, and he bring up cloud from the end of the earth, make a lightning flash in the rain, and bring forth the wind from his storehouses. Everyone is too stupid to know, every artisan is put to shame by his idols. He has molded a fraud without the breath of the life. They are nothing, object of the ridiculous. They will perish in the time of the punishment. Jacob's portion is nothing like them, for he is the maker of the everything. Israel is a very own tribe. Lord of the host is his name. Abandonment of Judah. Get up your plunder from the land, the city living on the seas. For thus said the Lord, now at this time I will sling away the inhabitants of the land, I will hem them in, that they may be taken. Woe is me, I am undone, my wound is beyond healing, yet I have thought, if I make a right of my sickness, I can bear it. My tent is ruined, all its clothes are severed, my children have left me, they are no more. No one to pitch my tent, no one to raise its curtains. How stupid are the shepherds, the Lord they have not sought, for this reason they have failed, and all their flock scatters. Listen, a rumor, here is comes a great commotion from the land of the north, to make a city of the Judah a desolation, the haunt of the jackals. A prayer of the Jeremiah. I know, Lord, that no one choose their ways, nor determine their course, nor direct their own step. Correct me, Lord, but with equities, not in anger, lest you diminished me. Pour out your wrath on the nation that do not know you, on the tribes that do not call your names. For they have utterly devoured Jacob and laid waste his home. Jeremiah chapter 11. Fearly for fidelity to the covenant. The word that came to Jeremiah from the Lord speak to people of the Judah and the inhabitants of the Jerusalem. And say to them, Thus said the Lord, the God of Israel, Cursed be anyone who does not observe the word of this covenant, which I commanded your ancestors the day I brought them up out of the land of Egypt, that iron furnace, saying, Listen to my voice and do all that I command you. Then you shall be my people, and I'll be your God. Thus I fulfill the oath I swore to your ancestors to give them a land flowing with milk and honey, the one you have today. Amen, Lord, I answered. Then the Lord said to me, Proclaim all these words in the city of the Judah and in the street of the Jerusalem. Hear the words of this covenant and obey them. I warned your ancestors unceasingly from the day I brought them up out of the land of Egypt, even to this day. Obey my voice. But they did not listen or obey. They each walked in the stubbornness of their evil heart, till I brought upon them all the threat of this covenant which they had failed to observe as I commanded them. A conspiracy has been found, the Lord said to me, among the people of the Judah, the inhabitants of the Jerusalem. They have returned to the crime of their ancestors who refused to obey my words. They also have followed and served other gods. The house of the Israel and the house of the Judah have broken the covenant I made with their ancestors. Therefore, thus says the Lord, see, I am bringing upon them a disaster they cannot escape. Though they cry out to me, I will not listen to them. Then the city of the Judah and the inhabitants of the Jerusalem will go and cry out to the God to whom they have been offering incense. But this God will give them no help whatever in the time of their disaster. For as many as your cities are your God, O Judah, as many as the streets of the Jerusalem are the altar of the sacrifice to Baal. Now you must not intercede for these people. Do not raise on their behalf or cry or pray. I will listen when they call to me in the time of their disaster. Sacrifice of no avail. What right has my beloved in my house while she devises her plot? Can vows and the sacred meat turn away your disaster from you? Will you still be jubilant? When you hear the great tumult, the Lord has named you a spreading olive tree, a place to behold. Now he set a fire to it, its branches burn. The Lord of hosts who planted you has declared disaster for you because of the evil done by the house of the Israel and by the house of the Judah, who provoked me by sacrificing to Baal. The plot against Jeremiah. I knew it because the Lord informed me at the time you showed me their doings. Yet I was like a trusting lamb right to slaughter, not knowing that they were hatching plot against me. Let us destroy the tree in its vigors. Let us cut him off from the land of the living, so that his name will no longer be remembered. But your Lord of hosts, just judges, searcher of the mind and heart, let me witness the vengeance you take on them, for to you I have entrusted my cause. Therefore, thus says the Lord concerning the men of the Anatols who seek your life and say, Do not prophesy in the name of the Lord, otherwise you shall die by our hand. Therefore, thus says the Lord of hosts, I am going to punish them. The young men shall die by the sword, their sons and the daughters shall die by famines. None shall be spared among them, for I will bring disaster upon the men of the Anatols, the year of their punishment. Jeremiah chapter 12. You would be in the right, O Lord, if I should dispute with you, even so I must lay out the case against you. Why does the way of the wicked prosper? Why do all the treacherous live in contentment? You planted them, they have taken a root, they flourish and bear fruit as well. You are upon their lips, but far from their thoughts. Lord, you know me, you see me, you have found them, my heart is with you. Pick them out like a sheep for their butchers. Set them apart for day of the slaughters. How long must the land mourn, the grass of the whole countryside withers? Because of the wickedness of those who dwell in it, the beast and the bird disappear. For they say, God does not care about our futures. If running against man has wearied you, how will you race against horses? And if you are safe on your level stretch, what will you do in the jungle of the Jordan? Your kindred and your father's house, even they betray you. They have recruited a force against you. Do not believe them even when they speak fair words to you. The Lord's complaint. I have abandoned my house, cast off my heritage. The beloved of my soul I have delivered into the hand of her foes. My heritage has become for me like a lion in the thicket. She has raised her voice against me, therefore she has incurred my hatred. My heritage is a prey for hyenas, is surrounded by vultures. Come gather together, all you wild animals, come and eat. Many shepherds have lavished my vineyard, they have trampled down my heritage. My delightful portion they have turned into a desert waste. They have made it a mournful waste, desolate before me, desolate the whole land, because no one take it to heart. Upon every height in the wilderness, marauders have appeared. The Lord has a sword that consumed the land from end to end. No peace for any living things. They have sown wheat and reaped thorns. They have tired themselves out for no purpose. They are shamed by their harvest, the burning anger of the Lord. Judah's neighbors. Thus said the Lord against all my evil neighbors who plundered the heritage I gave my people Israel as their own. See, I'll uproot them from the land, the house of the Judah I'll uproot in their midst. But after uprooting them, I'll have compassion on them again and bring them back, each to their heritage, each to their land. And if they truly learn my people custom of the swearing by my name, as the Lord lives, just as they taught my people to swear by Baal, then they shall be built up in the midst of my peoples. But if they do not obey, I uproot and destroy that nation entirely. Oracle of the Lord. Jeremiah chapter 13, Judah corruption. The Lord said to me, Go buy yourself a linen loincloth, wear it on your loins, but do not put it in wars. I bought the loincloth as the Lord commanded and put it on. A second time the word of the Lord came to me thus. Take the loincloth which you bought and are wearing and go at once to the barrels. Hide it there in the cleft of the rock. Obedient to the Lord's command, I went to the barrels and buried the loincloth. After a long time, the Lord said to me, Go now to the barrels and fetch the loincloth which I told you to hide there. So I went to the barrels, looked for the loincloth, and took it from the place I have hidden it. But it was rotted, good for nothing. Then the word came to me from the Lord, Thus said the Lord, so I allowed the pride of the Judah to rot, the great pride of the Jerusalem. These wicked people who refuse to obey my words, who walk in the stubbornness of their heart and follow other gods, serving and worshipping them, will be like these loincloths, good for nothing. For as the loincloths cling to a man's loins, so I made the whole house of the Israel and the whole house of the Judah cling to me. Oracle of the Lord. to be my people, my fame, my praise, my glory, but they did not listen. The broken wine flask. Now speak to them this word, thus say the Lord, the God of Israel. Every wine flask should be filled with wine. If they reply, do we not know that every wine flask should be filled with wine? Say to them, thus say the Lord, beware, I am making all the inhabitants of this land drunk, the kings who sit on David's thrones, the priest and the prophet and all the inhabitants of the Jerusalem. I will smash them against each other, parents and children together, oracle of the Lord, showing no compassion. I'll neither spare nor pity, but I'll destroy them. A last warning. Listen and give ear, do not be arrogant, for the Lord speaks. Give glory to the Lord your God before he brings darkness, before your feet stumble, O mountain at the twilight. Before the light you look for the turn to the darkness, change into black clouds. If you do not listen to this in your pride, I will weep many tears in secret. My eyes will run with tears, for the Lord of flock led way to exile. Exile. Say to the king and the queen mother, come down from your throne, from your hands your splendid crowns will fall. The city of the Negev are besieged with no one to relieve them. Judah is taken into exile, all of it in total exile. Jerusalem in disgrace. Lift up your eyes and see those coming in from the north. Where is the flock entrusted to you, you splendid sheep? What will you say when rulers are appointed over you, those you thought to be allies? Will not pain seize you like those of the woman giving birth? If you say to yourself, why have these things happened to me? For your great guilt, your skirts are stripped away, and you are violated. Can Ethiopians change their skin, leopard their spot, as easily would you be able to do good, accustomed to evil as you are? I will scatter them like a chaff that flies on the desert wind. This is your lot, the portion I have measured out to you, oracle of the Lord, because you have forgotten me and trusted in deception. I now will strip away your skirt so that your shame is visible, your adulteries, your nattings, your shameless prostitutions. On the hills, in the fields, I see your detestable crimes. What to you, Jerusalem? How long will it be before you are clean? Jeremiah chapter 14, the great drought. The word of the Lord that came to Jeremiah concerning the drought. Judah mourns, her gates are lifeless, they are bowed down to the ground, and the outcry of the Jerusalem goes up. The nobles send their servant for water, but when they come to Christian, they find no water and return with empty jars. Confounded, despairing, they cover their heads. Because of the ruined soil, because there is no rain in the land, the farmers are confounded, they cover their heads. Even the doe in the field desert her young, because there is no grass. The wild donkeys stand on the bare height, grasping for breath like jackals. Their eyes grow dim, there is no grass. Even though our crime bear witness against us, act, Lord, for your name's sake. Even though our rebellion are many, and we have sinned against you. Hope of Israel, Lord, our Savior in the time of the need. Why should you be strange in the land, like a traveler stopping only for a night? Why are you like someone bewildered, a champion who cannot save? You are in our midst, Lord. Your name is we bear. Do not forsake us. Thus said the Lord about this people, they so love to wander that they cannot restrain their feet. The Lord takes no pleasure in them. Now he remembers their guilt and will punish their sins. Then the Lord said to me, do not intercede for the well-being of these peoples. If they fast, I will listen to their supplication. If they sacrifice burnt offering or grain offering, I will take no pleasure in them. Rather, I will destroy them with the sword of famine and plague. Lord God, I replied, it is the prophet who said to them, you shall not see the sword, famine shall laugh before you. Indeed, I will give you a lasting peace in this place. This prophet authorized in my name. The Lord said to me, I did not send them. I gave them no command, nor did I speak to them. They prophesied to you lying visions. Foolish divination, deception from their own imaginations. Therefore thus said the Lord concerning the prophet who prophesied in my name, though I did not send them, and who say, sword and famine shall not befall this land. By sword and famine shall this prophet meet their end. The people to whom they prophesy shall be thrown out into the street of Jerusalem because of the famine and the sword. No one shall bury them, their wives, their sons, or their daughters. For I will pour out upon them their own wickedness. Speak to them this word, let my eyes stream with tears night and day without rest, over the great destruction which I overwhelmed the virgin daughter of my people, over her incurable wound. If I walk out into the field, look at those slain by the sword. If I enter the city, look at victims of the famines. Both the prophet and the priest ply their trade in a land they do not know. Have you literally cast Judah off in Zion, loathsome to you? Why have you struck us a blow that cannot be beheld? We wait for peace to no avail, for a time of the healing, but terror comes instead. We recognize our weakness, Lord, the guilt of our ancestors. We have sinned against you. Do not reject us for your name's sake. Do not disgrace your glorious throne. Remember, do not break your covenant with us. Among the idols of the nation, are there any that give rain? Or can the mere heavens send the showers? Is it not you, Lord, our God, to whom we look? You alone do all these things. Jeremiah chapter 15. The Lord said to me, even if Moses and Samuel stood before me, my heart would not turn toward this people. Send them away from me and let them go. If they ask you, where should we go? Tell them, thus said the Lord, whoever is marked for death to death, whoever is marked for the sword to the sword, whoever is marked for famine to a famine, whoever is marked for captivity to captivities. 4 kinds of the scourge I have decreed against them, orc of the Lord, the sword to kill them, dogs to drag them out, the birds of the sky and the beasts of the earth to devour and destroy them. And I'll make them an object of horror to all the kingdom of the earth because of what Manasseh, son of the Hezekiah, king of Judah, did at Jerusalem, scene of the tragedy. Who will pity you, Jerusalem? Who will grieve for you? Who will stop to ask about your welfare? It is you have disowned me, oracle of the Lord, turned your back upon me. I stretched out my hand to destroy you because I was weary of the relentings. I winnowed them with the winnowing fork at the gate of the land. I have believed, destroyed my people. They have not turned from their evil ways. Their widows are more numerous before me than the sand of the sea. I brought against the mother of the youth to destroy at midday. Suddenly I struck her with anguish and terror. The mother of the 7 fainted away, breathing out her life. Her son sat in a full day. She is ashamed, abashed. Their survivor I will give to the sword in the presence of their enemies, oracle of the Lord. Jeremiah complained. What to me, my mother, that you gave me birth, a man of the strife and the contention to all the land. I neither borrow nor lend, yet everyone curses me. Tell me, Lord, have I not served you for their good? Have I not interceded with you in the time of the misfortune and our anguish? Can one break iron from the north and the bronze? Your wealth and your treasure I give as plunder, demanding no payment, because of all your sins throughout all your territories. And I shall enslave you to your enemies in the land you do not know. For fire has broken out from my angers, it is kindled against you. You know, Lord, remember me and take care of me, avenge me on my persecutors. Because you are slow to anger, do not banish me. No, therefore I have borne insult. When I found your words, I devoured them. Your words were my joy, the happiness of my heart, because I bear your name, Lord God of hosts. I did not sit celebrating in the circle of the merrymakers. Under the weight of your hand I sat alone, because you fill me with rage. Why is my pain continuous, my wound incurable, refusing to be healed? To me you are like a deceptive brooks, walls that cannot be relied on. Thus the Lord answered me, if you come back and I take you back, in my presence you shall stand. If you utter what is precious and not what is worthless, you shall be my mouth. Then they will be the ones who turn to you, not you who turn to them. And I'll make you toward these people fortify the wall of the bronze. Though they fight against you, they shall not prevail. For I am with you to save and rescue you, oracle of the Lord. I will rescue you from the hand of the wicked and ransom you from the power of the violent. Jeremiah chapter 16, Jeremiah life warning. This word came to me from the Lord, do not take a wife and do not have a son and daughter in this place. For thus said the Lord concerning the son and the daughters born in this place, the mother who gave them birth, the father who begat them in this land. Of deadly disease they shall die, unlamented and unburied, they will lie like dung on the ground. The sword and the famine will make an end of them, and their corpses will become food for the birds of the sky and the beasts of the earth. Thus said the Lord, do not go into a house of the mourning, do not go there to the lament or the grief for them, for I have withdrawn my peace from this people, oracle of the Lord, my love and my compassion. They shall die, the great and the lowly in this land, unburied and unlamented. No one will cast themselves or shave their hands for them. They will not break bread with the bereaved, nor to offer consolation for the dead. They will not give them the cup of the consolation to drink over the death of the father or mother. Do not enter the house of the feasting to sit eating and drinking with them. For thus said the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, before your eyes in your lifetime. I'll silence in this place the song of the joy and the song of the gladness, the song of the bridegroom and the song of the bride. When you proclaim all these words to these people and they ask you, why has the Lord pronounced all this great distress against us? What is our crime? What sin have we committed against the Lord our God? You shall answer them, it is because your ancestors have forsaken me, oracle of the Lord, and follow other gods they served and worship. But me they have forsaken, and my law they did not keep. And you have done worse than your ancestors. Here you are, every one of you, working in the stubbornness of your evil heart instead of listening to me. I'll throw you out of this land into a land that neither you nor your ancestors have known. There you can serve other gods day and night, because I'll show you mercy. return from exile. Therefore days are coming, out of the Lord, when it will no longer be said, as the Lord lives, who brought the Israelites out of Egypt. But rather as the Lord lives, who brought the Israelites out of the land of the north and out of all the countries to which he had banished them. I'll bring them back to the land I gave their ancestors. Double punishment. Look, out of the Lord, I'll send many fishermen to catch them. After that, I'll send many hunters to hunt them out from every mountain and hill and rocky crevice. For my eyes are upon all their ways, they are not hidden from me, nor does their guilt escape my sight. I'll at once repay them double for their crime and their sin, because they profaned my land with the curse of their detestable idols, and failed my heritage with their abominations. Conversion of the nation. Lord, my strength, my fortress, my refuge in the day of the distress, to your nation will come from the end of the earth and say, our ancestors inherited mere foes, empty, worthless. Can human beings make for themselves God, but there are not gods at all. Therefore I'll indeed give them knowledge. This time I'll make them acknowledge my strength and my power. They shall know that my name is Lord. Jeremiah chapter 17. The sin of the Judah and its punishment. The sin of the Judah is written with the iron stylus, engraved with a diamond point upon the tablet of their hearts and the horns of their altars. When the children remember their altars and their Asherahs beside the green trees on the high hills, the big in the country, your wealth and all your treasures I give as plunder, as payment for all your sins throughout your territories. You will relinquish your hold on your heritage, which I have given you. I'll enslave you to your enemies in a land you do not know. For a fire has broken out from my anger, burning forever. True wisdom. Thus says the Lord, cursed is the man who trusts in human beings, who makes the flesh his strength, whose heart turns away from the Lord. He is like a barren bush in the wasteland that enjoys no change of the seasons, but stands in a lava beds in the wilderness, a land salty and uninhabited. Blessed are those who trust in the Lord will be their trust. They are like a tree planted beside the waters, they stretch out its root to the stream. It does not fear heat when it comes, its leaves stay green. In the year of the drought it shows no distress, but still produces a fruit. More torturous than anything is the human heart, beyond the remedy who can understand it. I, the Lord, explore the mind and test the heart, giving to all according to their ways, according to the fruit of their deeds. A patronage that bruise but does not hatch are those who acquire wealthy unjustly. In the middle life it will desert them. In the end, they are only fools, the source of the life. A throne of the glory exalted from the beginning, such is our holy place. O hope of Israel, Lord, all who forsake you shall be put to shame. The rebels shall be enrolled in the nether world. They have forsaken the Lord, the source of the living worlds. Prayer for vengeance. Hear me, Lord, that I may be heard. Save me, that I may be saved, for you are my praise. See how they say to me, where is the word of the Lord? Let it come to pass. Yet I did not press you to send disaster. The day without the remedy I have not desired. You know what passed my lips, it is present before you. Do not become a terror to me, you are my refuge in the day of the disaster. Let my persecutors be confounded, not me. Let them be terrified, not me. Bring upon them the day of the disaster, crush them with double destruction. Observers of the Sabbath. Thus said the Lord to me, Go stand at the gate of the Benjamin, where the king of the Judah enter and live, and at the other gate of the Jerusalem. There say to them, Hear the word of the Lord, you king of the Judah, and all your inhabitants of the Jerusalem who enter this gate. Thus said the Lord, as you love your lives, take care not to carry burden on the Sabbath, to bring them in through the gate of the Jerusalem. Bring no burden from your home on the Sabbath, do not work whatever, but keep holy the Sabbath day, as I commanded your ancestors. Though they did not listen or give ears, but stiffened their neck, so they could not hear and take correction. If you truly obey me, ark of the Lord, and carry no burden through the gate of the city on the Sabbath, keeping the Sabbath day holy and abstaining from all work on it. Then through the gate of this city, king who sit upon the throne of the David will continue to enter, riding in their chariot or upon their horses, along with their princes and the people of the Judah and the inhabitants of the Jerusalem. This city will remain inhabited forever. 3 people will come from the city of the Judah and the neighborhood of the Jerusalem, from the land of the Benjamin and from the Shephelah, from the hill country and the Negev, to the burnt offering and the sacrifice, grain offering, incense, and the thanks offering to the house of the Lord. But if you do not obey me and keep holy the Sabbath day, if you carry burden and come through the gate of the Jerusalem on the Sabbath, I'll set a fire to its gate, a fire never to be extinguished, and it will consume the palace of the Jerusalem. Jeremiah chapter 18, the porous vessel. This word came to Jeremiah from the Lord, Arise and go down to the poor house, there we will hear my word. I went down to the poor house, and there he was working at the wheels. Whenever the vessel of the clay he was making turned out the better in his hand, he tried again, making another vessel of the whatever sort he pleased. Then the word of the Lord came to me, Can I not do to you, house of Israel, as this poor has done? Oracle of the Lord, indeed like clay in the hand of the poor, so are you in my hand, house of Israel. At one moment I may decrease concerning your nation or kingdom, that I will uproot and tear down and destroy it. But if that nation against whom I have decreed turns from its evil, then I will have a change of the heart regarding the evil which I have decreed. At another moment I may decree concerning a nation or a kingdom, that I will build up and plant it. But if the nation does what is evil in my eyes, refusing to obey my voice, then I will have a change of the heart regarding the good with which I planned to bless it. And now tell this to the people of the Judah and the inhabitants of the Jerusalem. Thus said the Lord, Look, I am fashioning evil against you and making a plan. Return all of you from your evil way, reform your ways and your deeds. But they will say, No use, we will follow our own devices. Each one of us will behave according to the stubbornness of our evil heart. Unnatural apostasy. Therefore, thus said the Lord, Ask among the nations, who has ever heard the like? Truly horrible things the virgin Israel has done. Does the snow of the Lebanon deserve the rocky heights? Do the gushing waters dry up that flow of flesh down the mountains? Yet my people have forgotten me. They offer incense in vain. They stumble up their paths, the way of the old, traveling on by paths, not the beaten tracks. Their land shall be made a waste, an object of the endless hissing. All passersby will be horrified, shaking their heads. Like the east wind, I'll scatter them before their enemies. I'll show them my back, not my face, in their day of the disaster. What are the prayer for vengeance? Come, they said, let us devise a plot against Jeremiah, for instruction will not perish from the priest, nor counsel from the wise, nor the word from the prophet. Come, let us destroy him by his own tongues. Let us pay careful attention to his every word. Pay attention to me, O Lord, and listen to what my other adversaries say. Must good be repaid with evil, that they should dig a pit to take my life? Remember that I stood before you to speak on their behalf, to turn your wrath away from them. So now give their children to a famine and deliver them to the power of the sword. Let their wives be childless and widows. Let their husbands die of pestilence, their youth be struck down by sword in battles. Make cries be heard from their homes when suddenly you send plunderers against them. For they have dug pit to capture me, they have hidden snare for my feet. But you, Lord, know all their planning for my death. Do not forgive their crime, and their sin do not blot out from your sight. Let them stumble before you in the time of your anger. Act against them. Jeremiah chapter 19, symbol of the pearls of flask. Thus said the Lord, go buy pearl earthenware flask. Take along some of the elder of the people and some of the priests. And go out toward the valley of the Ben Hinnoms at the entrance of the potsherd gate. There proclaim the words which I speak to you. You shall say, listen to the word of the Lord, King of Judah and inhabitant of the Jerusalem. Thus says the Lord of the host, the God of Israel. I am going to bring such evil upon this place, the ears of the all who hear of it will ring. All because they have forsaken me and profaned this place by burning incense to other gods, which neither they nor their ancestors knew. And because the king of the Judah have filled this place with innocent blood. Building high places for Baal to burn their children in fire is offering to Baal, something I never considered or said or commanded. Therefore, days are coming, oracle of the Lord, when this place will no longer be called the Tophaz, or the valley of the Ben Hinnom, but rather the valley of the slaughters. In this place I'll foil the plan of the Judah and Jerusalem. I'll make them fall by the sword before their enemies. At the hand of those who seek their lives. Their corpse I will give as a food to the birds of the sky and the beasts of the earth. I'll make this city a waste and an object of the hissing. Because of the orange wound, every passerby will be horrified and hiss. I'll have them eat the flesh of their sons and daughters. They shall eat one another's flesh during the harvest season, under which their enemies and those who seek their lives will confine them. And you shall break the flask in the sight of the man who went with you, and say to them, thus says the Lord of the host, thus will I smash these people and these cities, as one smashes a clay pot so that it cannot be repaired. And the Tophara shall be its burial place, for there will be no other place for burials. Thus I'll do to this place and to its inhabitants, oracle of the Lord, I'll make this city like a Tophaz. And the houses of the Jerusalem and the houses of the king of the Judah shall be divided like a place of the fast. All the houses upon whose roofs they burned incense to the whole host of the heaven, and pour out the libation to other gods. When Jeremiah returned from Topaz, where the Lord had sent him to prophesy, he stood in the court of the house of the Lord and said to the older peoples, Thus says the Lord of the host, the God of Israel, I'll bring upon this city all the evil I have spoken against it, because they have become stubborn and have not obeyed my words. Jeremiah chapter 20. Now the priest Pashur, son of the Immer, chief official in the house of the Lord, heard Jeremiah prophesying these things. So she struck the prophet and put him in the stock at the upper gate of the Benjamin in the house of the Lord. The next morning, after Pashur had released Jeremiah from the stock, the prophet said to him, Instead of the Pashur, the Lord names you terror on every side. For thus says the Lord, indeed, I'll hand you over to terror, you and all your friends. Your own eyes shall see them fall by the sword of their enemies. All Judah I'll hand over to the power of the king of the Babylon, who shall take them captive to Babylon, or strike them down with the sword. All the wealth of this city, all its resources and its valuables, all the treasure of the king of the Judah, I'll hand over to their enemies, who will plunder it and carry it away to Babylon. You, Pashur, and all the members of your household shall go into exile. To Babylon you shall go, there you shall die and be buried. You and all your friends, because you have prophesied lies to them. Jeremiah interior crisis. You seduced me, Lord, and I let myself be seduced. You were too strong for me, and you prevailed. All day long I am object of the laughter. Everyone mocks me. Whenever I speak, I must cry out the violence and the outrage I proclaim. The word of the Lord has brought me reproach and derision all day long. I say I'll mention him, I'll no longer speak in his name, but then it was as if fire is burning in my heart, imprisoned in my bones. I grow weary holding back, I cannot. Yes, I hear the whispering of many, terror on every side. Denounce, let us denounce him. All those who were my friends are on the watch for any mistake of mine. Perhaps he can be tricked, then we will prevail and take our revenge on him. But the Lord is with me like mighty champions. My persecutor will stumble, they will not prevail. In their failure they will put to utter shame, to lasting, unforgettable confusions. Lord of hosts, you test the just, you see mind and heart. Let me see the vengeance you take on them, for to you I have entrusted my cause. Sing to the Lord, praise the Lord, for he has rescued the life of the poor from the power of the evildoers. Cursed be the day on which I was born. May the day my mother gave me birth never be blessed. Cursed be the one who brought the news to my father. A child, a son has been born to you, filling him with great joy. Let the man be like the cities which the Lord relentlessly overthrows. Let him hear war cries in the morning, better alarms at noondays. Because he did not kill me in the wombs, then my mother would have been my grave, her womb confining me forever. Why did I come forth from the womb to see sorrow and pain, to end my days in shame? Jeremiah chapter 21, Fate of the Zedekiah and Jerusalem. The word which came to Jeremiah from the Lord when King Zedekiah sent the Pashur, son of the Matthiah, and the priest Zephaniah, son of the Maaseiah, to him with his request. Inquire for us of the Lord, because Nebuchadnezzar, king of the Babylon, is attacking us. Perhaps the Lord will act for us in accord with his wonderful works by making him withdraw from us. But Jeremiah answered them, This is what you shall report to Zedekiah. Thus said the Lord, the God of Israel, I will turn against you the weapons with which you are fighting the king of the Babylon and the Chaldeans who besiege you outside the walls. These weapons I will pile up in the midst of the city. And I myself will fight against you with outstretched hand and mighty arm, in anger, wrath, and great rage. I will strike down the inhabitants of this city, human being and beast. They shall die in a great pestilence. After the oracle of the Lord, I will hand over Zedekiah, king of Judah, and his minister and the people in this city who survive pestilence, the sword, and the famine to Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, to their enemies and those who seek their lives. He shall strike them down with the edge of the sword, without the cause, without mercy or compassion. And to this people you shall say, Thus said the Lord, See, I am giving you a choice between the way to life and the way to death. Whoever remains in this city shall die by the sword and the famine and the pestilence. But whoever lives and shall surrender to the Chaldeans who are besieging you shall live and escape with his life. I have set my face against this city for evil and not for good. Oracle of the Lord, it shall be given into the power of the king of the Babylon, who shall set it on fire. Oracle regarding the kings. To the royal house of the Judah, hear the word of the Lord. House of the David, thus said the Lord, each morning dispense justice, rescue the oppressed from the hand of the oppressor. Or my fury will break out like a fire and burn with no one to quench it, because of your evil deeds. Beware, I am against you, ruler of the valley, lock up the plain, oracle of the Lord. You say, Who will attack us? Who can storm out defenses? I'll punish you, oracle of the Lord, as you did deserve. I'll kindle a fire, it is a forest that shall devour its surrounding. Jeremiah chapter 22. Thus said the Lord, Go down to the palace of the king of the Judah, and there deliver this word. You shall say, Listen to the word of the Lord, king of the Judah, who sitteth on the throne of the David, you, your minister, and your people who enter by this gate. Thus said the Lord, Do what is right and just, rescue the victim from the hand of their oppressors. Do not wrong or oppress the resident, the alien, the orphan, and the widow, and do not shed innocent blood in this place. If you carry out this command, the king who succeeds to the throne of the David will continue to enter gate of this house, riding in chariot or mounted on horses, with their minister and their peoples. But if you do not obey this command, I swear by myself, oracle of the Lord, this house shall become unlovable. For thus said the Lord concerning the house of the king of the Judah, though you be to me like a glade, like the peak of the Lebanon, I swear I shall turn you into waste, with cities uninhabited. Against you I will send a destroyer, each with their tools. They shall cut down your choice cedars and cast them into the fire. Many nations will pass by this city and ask one another, Why has the Lord done this to so great a city? And they will be told, Because they have deserted their covenant with the Lord their God by worshipping and serving other gods. Jehoahaz. Do not weep for him who is dead, nor mourn for him. Weep rather for him who is going away, never again to see the land of his birth. Thus said the Lord concerning Shalom, son of the Joshua, king of the Judah, his father's successor, who left this place, he shall never return. But in the place where they exiled him, there he shall die. He shall never see this land again. Joachim. Woe to him who built his house on wrongdoing, his roof trembles on injustice, who works his neighbors without pay and gives them no wages, who says, I will build myself a spacious house with airy rooms, who cut out the windows for it, and panels it with cedar, and paint it with vermilion. Must you prove your rank among kings by competing with them in cedars? Do not your father eat and drinks and act justly and righteously? Then he prospered. Because he dispensed justice to the weak and the poor, he prospered. Is this not to know me, oracle of the Lord? But your eyes and heart are set on nothing except your own gain, or shedding innocent blood and practicing oppression and extortion. Therefore, thus says the Lord concerning Joachim son of the Josiah king of Judah, they shall not lament him, alas, my brother, alas, sister. They shall not lament him, alas, Lord, alas, majesty. The burial of a donkey he shall be given, dragged forth and cast out beyond the gate of the Jerusalem. Jeconiah. Climb Lebanon and cry out in Bashan, lift up your voice, cry out from the Abarims, for all your labor are crushed. I spoke to you when you were secure, but you answered, I not listen. This has been your way from your youth, not listen to my voice. The wind shall shepherd all your shepherds, your lovers shall go into exile. Surely then you shall be ashamed and confounded because of all your wickedness. You who dwell on Lebanon, who nest in the cedars, how you shall groan when pains come upon you, like the pang of the woman in childbirth. As I live, oracle of the Lord, even if you Jeconiah son of the Joachim king of Judah wore a signet ring on my right hand, I would snatch you up. I'll hand you over to those who seek your life, to those you dread, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon and the Chaldeans. I'll cast you out, you and mother who bore you, into a land different from the land of your birth, and there you will die. Neither shall return to the land for which they yearns. Is this man Jeconiah a thing despised to be broken, a vessel that no one wants? Why are he and his offspring cast out? Why thrown into a land they do not know? A land, hear the word of the Lord. Thus said the Lord, write this man down as a childless, a man who will never prosper in his life. Nor shall any of his descendants prosper to sit upon the throne of David, to rule again over Judah. Jeremiah chapter 23, a just shepherd. What the shepherd who destroy and scatter flock of my pasture, oracle of the Lord. Therefore, thus said the Lord, the God of Israel, against the shepherd who shepherd my people, you have scattered my sheep and driven them away. You have not cared for them, but I will take care to punish your evil deeds. I myself will gather the remnant of my flock from the older land to which I have banished them and bring them back to their folds. There they shall be fruitful and multiply. I will raise up shepherds for them who will shepherd them so that they need no longer fear or be terrified. None shall be missing, oracle of the Lord. See, days are coming, oracle of the Lord, when I will raise a righteous branch for David. As king he shall reign and govern wisely. He shall do what is just and right in the land. In his days Judah shall be saved, Israel shall dwell in security. This is the name to given him, the Lord our justice. Therefore the days are coming, oracle of the Lord, when they shall no longer say, As the Lord lives, who brought the Israelites out of the land of Egypt. But rather, as the Lord lives, who brought the descendant of the house of Israel up from the land of the north, and from all the lands to which I banished them, they shall again live on their own soil. The false prophet. Concerning the prophet, my heart is broken within me, all my bones tremble. I am like a drunk, like one overcome by wine. Because of the Lord, because of his holy words. This land is filled with adulterers, because of the curse the land mourns. The pasture of the wilderness are withered, there is an evil course, there is unjust power. Both prophet and priest are gatherers. In my very house I find their wickedness, oracle of the Lord. Hence the way shall become for them slippery ground. Into the darkness they shall be driven and fall headlong. For I will bring disaster upon them, the year of their punishment, the oracle of the Lord. Among Samaria prophets I saw something unseemly. They prophesied by Baal and led my people Israel astray. But among Jerusalem prophets I saw something more shocking, adultery working in deception, strengthen the power of the wicked, so that no one turns from evils. To me they are all like Sodom, its inhabitant like Gomorrah. Therefore thus said the Lord of hosts against the prophet, Look, I'll give them wormwood to eat, and poisoned water to drink. For from Jerusalem prophet, ungodliness has gone forth into the whole land. Thus said the Lord of hosts, Do not listen to the words of your prophet, who fill you with emptiness. They speak of visions from their own fancy, not from the mouth of the Lord. They say to those who despise the word of the Lord, Peace shall be yours, and to everyone who works in the hardness of the heart, no evil shall overtake you. Now who has stood in the counsel of the Lord to see him and to hear his word? Who has heeded his word so as to announce it? See the storm of the Lord, his wrath break forth in a roaring storms that burst upon the head of the wicked. The anger of the Lord shall not abate until he has carried out completely the decision of his heart. In days to come you will understand fully. I did not send these prophets, yet they ran. I did not speak to them, yet they prophesied. Had they stood in my counsel, they would have proclaimed my words to my peoples. They would have brought them back from their evil ways and from their wicked deeds. Am I God near at hand only, oracle of the Lord, and not a God far off? Can anyone hide in secret without my seeing them, oracle of the Lord? Do I not fear heaven and earth, oracle of the Lord? I have heard the prophet who prophesied rise in my name say, I had a dream, I had dreams. How long will the heart of the prophet who prophesy lies and their own deceitful fancies ever turn back? By the dreams they tell each other, they plan to make my people forget my name, just as their ancestors forgot my name for Baal. Let the prophet who have dreams tell their dreams. Let those who have my word speak my word truthfully. What is true to do with oracle of the Lord? Is not my word like a fire, oracle of the Lord, like a hammer shattering rocks? Therefore I am against the prophet, the oracle of the Lord, those who steal my words from each other. Yes, I am against the prophet, the oracle of the Lord, those who compose their own speeches and call them oracles. Yes, I am against a prophet who tell lying dreams, oracle of the Lord, those who lead my people astray by recounting their reckless lies. It was not I who sent them or commanded them. They do these people no good at all, oracle of the Lord. And when these people or prophet or the priest ask you, what is the burden of the Lord? You shall answer, you are the burden and I cast you out, oracle of the Lord. If a prophet, a priest, or anyone else mentions the burden of the Lord, I will punish that man and his household. Thus you shall ask when speaking to one another, what answer did the Lord give, or what did the Lord say? But burden of the Lord you shall mention no more, for each of you your own word become the burden, so that you pervert the words of the living God, the Lord of the host, our God. Thus shall you ask the prophet, what answer did the Lord give, or what did the Lord say? But if you ask about the burden of the Lord, then thus said the Lord, because you used this praise, the burden of the Lord, though I forbade you to use it. Therefore I lift you on high and cast you from my presence, you and the city which I gave to you and your ancestors. And I bring upon you eternal reproach, eternal shame, never to be forgotten. Jeremiah chapter 24, the two baskets of the figs. The Lord showed me two baskets of the fig placed before the temple of the Lord. This was after Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, had exiled from Jerusalem Jeconiah, son of the Jehoiakim, king of Judah, and princes of the Judah, the artisan and the smiths, and brought them to Babylon. One basket contained excellent figs, those that are ripened early, but the other basket contained very bad figs, so bad they could not be eaten. Then the Lord said to me, what do you see, Jeremiah? Figs, I replied. The good ones are very good, but bad ones are very bad, so bad they cannot be eaten. Thereupon this word of the Lord came to me. Thus said the Lord, the God of Israel, like these good figs, I also regard with favor Judah's exile, whom I sent away from this place into the land of the Chaldeans. I look after them for good and bring them back to this land, to build them up, not tear them down, to plant them, not uproot them. I'll give them a heart to know me, that I am the Lord. They shall be my people, and I'll be their God, for they shall return to me with their whole hearts. But like the figs that are bad, so bad they cannot be eaten. Yes, thus said the Lord, even so I treat Zedekiah, king of Judah, and his princes, the remnant of Jerusalem, remaining in this land, and those who have settled in the land of Egypt. I'll make them an object of the horror to all the kingdom of the earth, a reproach and byword, a taunt and a curse in all the places to which I'll drive them. I'll send upon them sword, famine, and pestilence, until they have disappeared from the land which I gave them and their ancestors. Jeremiah chapter 25, 70 years of the exile. The word that came to Jeremiah concerning all the people of the Judah in the fourth year of the Jehoiakim, son of the Josiah, king of Judah, the first year of the Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon. This word the prophet Jeremiah spoke to all the people of the Judah and all the inhabitants of the Jerusalem. Since the 13th year of the Josiah, son of Ammon, king of the Judah, to this day, that is the 23 years, the word of the Lord has come to me, and I spoke to you untiringly, but you would not listen. The Lord kept sending you all his servants to prophet, but you refused to listen or pay attention. To this message, turn back each of you from your evil way and from your evil deeds. Then you shall remain in the land which the Lord gave you and your ancestors from of old and forever. Do not follow other gods to serve and bow down to them. Do not provoke me with the work of your hands, or I'll bring evil upon you. But you would not listen to me, oracle of the Lord, and so you provoked me with the work of your hand to your own harm. Hence, thus said the Lord of the hosts, since you would not listen to my words. I am about to send for and fetch all the tribes from the north, oracle of the Lord, and I will send for Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, my servant. I'll bring them against this land, its inhabitant, and all these neighboring nations. I'll doom them, making them an object of the horror, of the hissing, of everlasting reproach. Among them I'll put to an end the song of the joy and the song of the gladness, the voice of the bridegroom and the voice of the bride, the sound of the millstone and the light of the lamp. This whole land shall be ruined and waste. 70 years this nation shall serve the king of the Babylon. But when the 70 years have elapsed, I will punish the king of Babylon and that nation and the land of the Chaldean for their guilt. Oracle of the Lord, their land I will turn into everlasting waste. Against that land I fulfill all the words I have spoken against it, all that is written in this book which Jeremiah prophesied against all the nations. They also shall serve my nation and the great kings, and thus I will repay them according to their own deeds and according to the works of their hands. The cup of the judgment on the nations. For thus said the Lord, the God of Israel, to me, take the cup of the wine of the last from my hand, and have the old nation to whom I send you drink it. They shall drink and rage and go mad because of the sword I send among them. I took the cup from the hand of the Lord, and I gave it as drink to all nations to whom the Lord sent me. To Jerusalem, the city of the Judah, its king of the princes, to make them a ruin and a waste, an object of the hissing and the cursing, as they are today. The Pharaoh king of Egypt and his servant, the princes of all his peoples, and those mixed ancestry, all the king of the land of the Uch, all the king of the land of the Philistine, Ashkelon, Gaza, Ekron, and the land of the Ashdod, Edom, Moab, and the Ammonite, all the king of the Tyre, of Sidon, and of the shore but beyond the sea. Didon and the Timah and the birds, all the desert dweller who serve their temples, all the king of the Arabia, all the king of the Jimni, of Elam, of the Medes, all the king of the north, near and far, one after the other, all the kingdom upon the face of the earth, and after them king of the Shak shall drink. Tell them, thus said the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, drink, get drunk, and vomit, for never to rise before the sword that I will send among you. If they refuse to take me cup from your hand and drink, say to them, thus said the Lord of hosts, you must drink. Now that I am inflicting evil on this city called by my name, how can it possibly escape? You shall not escape. I am calling down the sword upon the all inhabitants of the earth, oracle of the Lord of hosts. As for you, prophesy against them all these words, and say to them, the Lord roars from on high, from his holy dwelling he raised his voice. Mightily his roars over his sheepfold, a shout like that of the vintage echoes over all the inhabitants of the earth. The uproar spread to the end of the earth, for the Lord has indictment against the nations. He enters into judgment against all flesh. The wicked shall be given to sword, the oracle of the Lord. Thus said the Lord of hosts, look, disaster strikes nation after nation. A violent storm surges from the recesses of the earth. On that day, those whom the Lord has slain will be thrown from one end of the earth to the other. They will not be mourned, they will not be gathered, they will not be buried, they shall lie like dung upon the ground. How you shuffled and will roll on the ground, the reed of the flock. The time for your slaughter has come. Like choice lambs you shall fall. There is no flight for the shepherd, no escape for the leader of the flock. Listen, wailing from the shepherd, howling from the leader of the flock, for the Lord lays waste their grazing place. Desolate are the peaceful pastures from the burning lands of the Lord. Like a lion, he leaves his lair, and their land is made desolate by the sweeping sword and the burning lands of the Lord. Jeremiah chapter 26, Jeremiah threatened with death. In the beginning of the reign of the Jehoiakim, son of the Josiah, king of Judah, this word came from the Lord. Thus said the Lord, stand in the court of the house of the Lord and speak to the inhabitants of all the city of the Judah who come to worship in the house of the Lord. Whatever I command you, tell them and hold nothing back. Perhaps they will listen and turn all of them from their evil ways, so that I may repent of the evil I plan to inflict upon them for their evil deeds. Say to them, thus says the Lord, if you do not obey me by working according to the law I set before you, and listening to the words of my servant, to the prophet whom I kept sending you, even though you do not listen to them, I treat this house like a Shiloh and make this city a curse for all the nations of the earth. Now the priest, the prophet, all the people heard Jeremiah speaking these words in the house of the Lord. When Jeremiah finished speaking all that the Lord commanded him to speak to all the peoples, then the priest, the prophet, and all the people laid hold of him, crying, "You must die. Why do you prophesy in the name of the Lord? This house shall become like a Shiloh, and this city shall be desolate without the inhabitant." And all the people crowded around Jeremiah in the house of the Lord. When the prince of the Judah had heard about these things, they came up from the house of the king to the house of the Lord and convened at the new gate of the house of the Lord. The priest and the prophet said to the prince and to all the people, "Sentence this man to death. He has prophesied against this city. You heard it with your own ears." Jeremiah said to the prince and all the people, "It was the Lord who sent me to prophesy against this house and the city, everything you have heard. Now therefore reform your ways and your deeds, listen to the voice of the Lord your God, so that the Lord will have a change of the heart regarding the evil he has spoken against you. As for me, I am in your hand. Do with me what is good and right in your eyes. But you should certainly know that by putting me to death, you bring innocent blood on yourselves, on this city and its inhabitant. For in truth, it was the Lord who sent me to you to speak all these words for you to hear." Then the prince and all the people said to the priest and the prophet, "This man does not deserve a death sentence. It is in the name of the Lord our God that he speaks to us." At this, some of the elders of the land arose and said to the whole assembly of the people, "Micah of the Morashers used to prophesy in the day of the Hezekiah, king of the Judah, and he said to all the people of the Judah, thus says the Lord of hosts, Zion shall be plowed as a field, Jerusalem a heap of the ruins, and the temple mound a forest rich. Did Hezekiah, king of Judah, and all Judah condemn him to death? Did he not fear the Lord and entreat the favor of the Lord, so that the Lord had a change of the heart regarding the evil he had spoken against them? We, however, are about to do great evil against ourselves, the fate of the Uriah. There was another man who used to prophesy in the name of the Lord, Uriah, son of the Shemaiah, from Kiras Jehoram. He prophesied against this city and this land the same message as Jeremiah. When King Jehoiakim and all his officials and princes heard his words, the king sought to have him killed. But Uriah heard of it and fled in fear to Egypt. Then King Jehoiakim sent Anathans, son of the Archbor, and others with him into Egypt. And they brought Uriah out of Egypt and took him to Jehoiakim the king, who struck him down with the sword and threw his corpse into the common burial ground. But the hand of the Ahikam, son of the Shaphan, protected Jeremiah, so they did not hand him over to the people to be put to death. Jeremiah chapter 27, Saul, Babylon, or Paris. In the beginning of the reign of the Zedekiah, son of the Josiah, king of the Judah, this word came to Jeremiah from the Lord. The Lord said to me, make for yourself thongs and yoke of bars and put them on your shoulders. Send them to the king of Edom, Moab, the Ammonite, the Tyre, and the Sidon, through the ambassadors who have come to Jerusalem to Zedekiah, king of Judah. And command them to tell their lords, thus said the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, thus shall you say to your lords, it was I who made the earth, human being, and the beast on the face of the earth by my great power, with my outstretched arm, and I can give them to whomever I think fit. Now I have given all this land into the hand of the Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, my servant, even the wild animals I have given him to serve him. All nations shall serve him and his son and his grandson until the time come for him and his land. Then many nations and great kings will enslave him. Meanwhile, the nation or the kingdom that will not serve him, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and bend its neck under the yoke of the king of Babylon. I'll punish that nation with the sword, the famine, and the pestilence, the work of the Lord, until I finish them by his hand. You, however, must not listen to your prophet, to your diviners and dreamers, to your soothsayers and the sorcerers, who say to you, do not serve the king of Babylon. For they prophesy lies to you so as to drive you far from your land, making me banish you so that you perish. The people that bend the neck to the yoke of the king of the Babylon to serve him, I live in peace on its own land. Work of the Lord to cultivate it and dwell on it. To Zedekiah, king of the Judah, I spoke the same words, bend your neck to the yoke of the king of the Babylon, serve him and his people, so that you may live. Why should you and your people die by sword, the famine, and the pestilence in accordance with the words the Lord has spoken to nations that will not serve the king of Babylon? Do not listen to words of the prophet who say to you, do not serve the king of the Babylon. They prophesy lies to you. I did not send them, oracle of the Lord, but they prophesy false in my name. As a result, I must banish you, and you will perish, you and the prophet who are prophesying to you. To the priest and to all the people I said, thus said the Lord, do not listen to the words of your prophet who prophesy to you, the vessel of the house of the Lord who soon be brought back from Babylon, for they prophesy lies to you. Do not listen to them, serve the king of the Babylon, that you may live. Why should this city become robbers? If they were prophet, if the word of the Lord were with them, then they would intercede with the Lord of the host, that the vessel remaining in the house of the Lord and in the house of the king of Judah and in Jerusalem should not also go to Babylon. For thus said the Lord of the host concerning the pillar, the sea, the stand, and the rest of the vessel remaining in these cities. With Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, did not take when he exiled Zechariah, son of the Jehoiakim, king of Judah, from Jerusalem to Babylon, along with all the nobles of the Judah and Jerusalem. Thus said the Lord of the host, the God of Israel, concerning the vessel remaining in the house of the Lord, in the house of the king of the Judah, and in Jerusalem. To Babylon they shall go, and there they shall remain until the day I look for them, oracle of the Lord. Then I'll bring them back and restore them to this place. Jeremiah chapter 28, the two yokes. That same year, in the beginning of the reign of the Zedekiah, king of Judah, in the 5th month of the 4th year, Hananiah the prophet, son of the Azur from Gibeon, said to me in the house of the Lord, in the sight of the priest and all the peoples, Thus said the Lord of the host, the God of Israel, I have broken the yoke of the king of the Babylon. Within 2 years I restored to this place all the vessels of the house of the Lord, which Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, took from the place and carried away to Babylon. And Zechariah, son of the Jehoiakim, king of Judah, and all the exile of the Judah who went to Babylon, I'll bring back to this place, oracle of the Lord, for I'll break the yoke of the king of Babylon. Jeremiah the prophet answered the prophet Hananiah in the sight of the priest and all the people standing in the house of the Lord, and said, Amen. Thus may the Lord do. May the Lord fulfill your words that you have prophesied, by bringing back the vessel of the house of the Lord and all the exile from the Babylon to this place. But now listen to what I am about to speak in your hearing and the hearing of the older peoples. In the past, the prophet who came before you and me prophesied world disaster and pestilence against many land and mighty kingdom. But the prophet who prophesied peace is recognized as the prophet whom the Lord has truly sent only when his word comes to pass. Thereupon Hananiah the prophet took the yoke bar from the neck of the Jeremiah the prophet and broke it. He said in the sight of the older people, Thus said the Lord, like this, within 2 years I will break the yoke of the Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, from the neck of the older nations. At that the prophet Jeremiah went on his way. After Hananiah the prophet had broken the yoke bar of the neck of the prophet Jeremiah, the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah. Go tell Hananiah this, thus said the Lord, by breaking the wooden yoke bar you make an iron yoke. For thus said the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, a yoke of the iron I have placed on the neck of all these nations, serving Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon. And they shall serve him, even the wild animals I have given him. And Jeremiah the prophet said to Hananiah the prophet, Listen to this, Hananiah. The Lord has not sent you, and you have led these people to rely on deception. For this said the Lord, I am sending you from the face of the earth. This very years you shall die, because you have preached the rebellion against the Lord. Hananiah the prophet died in that years in the 7th month. Jeremiah chapter 29, a letter to the exile in the Babylon. These are the words of the scroll which Jeremiah the prophet sent from Jerusalem to the remaining elder among the exiles, to the priest, the prophet, and all the people who Nebuchadnezzar exiled from Jerusalem to Babylon. This was after King Jeconiah and the Queen Marduk, the court official, the prince of the Judah and Jerusalem, the artisan and the smiths had left Jerusalem. Delivered in Babylon by Elasah, son of the Shaphan, and by Gemariah, son of the Hilkiah, whom Zedekiah king of Judah sent to the king of Babylon the letter read. Thus said the Lord of the host, the God of Israel, to all the exile whom I exiled from the Jerusalem to Babylon. Build houses and live in them, plant the garden and eat their fruits. Take wives and have sons and daughters. Find wife for your son and give your daughter to husband, so that they may bear sons and daughters, increase there, do not decrease. Seek the welfare of the city to which I have exiled you. Pray for it to the Lord, for upon its welfare your own depends. For thus said the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, do not be deceived by the prophets and diviners who are among you. Do not listen to those among you who dream dreams. For they prophesy lies to you in my name. I did not send them, oracle of the Lord. For thus said the Lord, only after 70 years have elapsed for Babylon will I deal with you and fulfill for you my promise to bring you back to this place. For I know well the plans I have in mind for you, oracle of the Lord, the plans for your welfare and not for war, so as to give you a future of the hope. When you call me and come and pray to me, I will listen to you. When you look for me, you will find me. Yes, when you seek me with all your heart. I'll let you find me, oracle of the Lord, and I'll change your lot. I'll gather you together from all the nations and all the places to which I have banished you, oracle of the Lord, and bring you back to place from which I have exiled you. As for your saying, the Lord has raised up for us a prophet here in Babylon. Thus said the Lord concerning the king sitting on the David's throne and all the people living in this city, your kinsmen who did not go with you into exile. Thus said the Lord of hosts, I am sending against them sword, famine, and pestilence. I will make them like rotten figs, so spoiled that they cannot be eaten. I'll pursue them with the sword, famine, and pestilence, and make them an object of the horror to all the kingdom of the earth, a curse, a desolation, a hissing, and a reproach to all the nation among which I have banished them. Because they did not listen to my words, oracle of the Lord, even though I kept sending them my servant the prophet, but they would not listen to them, oracle of the Lord. As for you, listen to the word of the Lord, all you exiles whom I sent away from the Jerusalem to Babylon. This is what the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, says about Ahab, son of the Goliath, and Zedekiah, son of the Messiah, who prophesy lies to you in my name. I am handing them over to Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, who will kill them before your eyes. And because of them, this curse will be used by all the exile of the Judah in Babylon. May the Lord make you like Zedekiah and Ahab, whom the king of the Babylon roasted in a fire. Because they have committed an outrage in Israel, committing adultery with their neighbors' wives, and releasing in my name things I did not command. I know I am witness, oracle of the Lord. The first prophet Shemaiah. To Shemaiah the Nelamite say, thus said the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, because you send a document in your own name to all the people in Jerusalem, to Zephaniah the priest, the son of the Messiah, and to all the priests, saying, It is the Lord who has appointed you priest in the place of the priest Jehoiada to provide official for the house of the Lord, that you may confine in the stock and the pillory any madman who pose as a prophet. Why then have you not rebuked Jeremiah of the Anathoth, who poses as a prophet among you? For he sent this message to us in Babylon, it will be a long time. Build houses to live in, plant the garden and eat their fruit. When the priest Zephaniah read this letter to Jeremiah the prophet, the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah. Send to all the exiles, thus said the Lord concerning Shemaiah the Nehelamite, because Shemaiah prophesied to you, although I did not send him, and has led you to rely on a lie. Therefore thus said the Lord, I will punish Shemaiah the Nehelamite and his descendant. None of them shall dwell among these people to see good I will do for these people. Oracle of the Lord, because he preached the rebellion against the Lord. Jeremiah chapter 30, the restoration. This word came to Jeremiah from the Lord. Thus said the Lord, the God of Israel, write down on the scroll on the words I have spoken to you. For indeed the days are coming, oracle of the Lord, when I restore the fortunes of my people Israel and Judah. Oracle of the Lord, I'll bring them back to the land which I gave to their ancestors, and they shall take possession of it. These are the words the Lord spoke to Israel and to Judah. Thus said the Lord, we hear a cry of fear, terror, not peace. Inquire and see, does a male give birth? Why then do I see all these men, their hands on their loins, like a woman in a labor, all their faces drained of color? How mighty is that day, there is none like it, a time of the distress for Jacob, though he shall be saved from it. On that day, oracle of the Lord of the host, I will break his yoke of your neck and snap your bones. Strangers shall no longer enslave them. Instead, they shall serve the Lord their God and David, their king, whom I raise up for them. But you, my servant Jacob, do not fear, oracle of the Lord, do not be dismayed, Israel. For I'll soon deliver you from places far away, your offspring from the land of their exiles. Jacob shall again find rest secure, with none to frighten him. For I am with you, oracle of the Lord, to save you. I'll bring to an end all the nations among whom I have scattered you. For you will not bring to an end, I will chastise you as you deserve. I will not let you go unpunished. For thus said the Lord, incurable is your wound, grievous your injuries. There is none to plead your case, no remedy for your running sore, no healing for you. All your lovers have forgotten you, they do not seek you out. I struck you as an enemy would strike, punishing you cruelly. Why cry out over your wound? There is no relief for your pain. Because of your great guilt, your numerous sins, I have done this to you. Yet all who devour you shall be devoured, all your enemies shall go into exile. All who plunder you shall become plunder, all who paralyze you I will hand over to be paralyzed. For I will restore your health, I heal your injuries, oracle of the Lord, the outcast they have called you, whom no one looks for. Thus said the Lord, see, I will restore the fortune of the Jacob tent, on its dwelling I will have compassion. A city shall be rebuilt upon its own ruins, a citadel restored where it should be. From them will come praise, the sound of the people rejoicing. I'll increase them, they will not decrease. I'll glorify them, they will not be insignificant. His children shall be as of old, his assembly shall stand firm in my presence. I'll punish all his oppressors. His leader shall be one of his own, and his ruler shall emerge from his ranks. He shall approach me when I summon him. Why else would he dare approach me, oracle of the Lord? You shall be my people, and I will be your God. Look, the storm of the Lord, his wrath breaks out in the roaring storm that bursts upon the head of the wicked. The anger of the Lord will not abate until he has carried out completely the decision of his heart. In days to come, you will fully understand it. Jeremiah chapter 31, Good news of the return. At that time, oracle of the Lord, I will be God of all the family of Israel, and they shall be my people. Thus said the Lord, the people who escaped the sword find favor in the wilderness, as Israel comes forward to receive rest. From afar the Lord appears with age-old love. I have loved you, so I have kept my mercy toward you. Again I will build you, and you shall stay a bearer, the Virgin Israel. Carrying your festival tambourines, you shall go forth dancing with merrymakers. You shall again plant a vineyard on the mountain of the Samaria. Those who plant them shall enjoy their fruit. Yes, a day will come when the watchmen call out on the mountain Ephraim, "Come, let us go up to Zion, to the Lord our God, the Lord of the return." For thus says the Lord, shout with joy for Jacob, exult at the head of the nations, proclaim your praise and say, the Lord has saved his people, the remnant of the Israel. Look, I'll bring them back from the land of the north. I'll gather them from the end of the earth, the blind and the lame in their midst. Pregnant woman together with those in Arabia, on immense throne they shall return. With weeping they shall come, but with compassion I'll guide them. I'll lead them to a stream of water on the level road without stumbling. For I am a father to Israel, Ephraim is my firstborn. Hear the word of the Lord, you nation, proclaim it on distant coast, and say, the one who scattered Israel now gathers them. He guards them as a shepherd his flock. The Lord shall ransom Jacob, he shall redeem him from hand too strong for him. Shouting, they will mount the height of the Zion, they shall come streaming to the Lord blessing. The grain, the wine, and the oil, flock of the sheep and cattle, they themselves shall be like a warrior's garden, never again neglected. Then young women shall make merry and dance, young men and old as well. I'll turn their mourning into joy. I'll show them compassion and help them rejoice after their sorrows. I'll lavish choice portion on the priest, and my people shall be filled with my blessing, oracle of the Lord, and of the Rachel mourning. Thus said the Lord, in the Ramah is heard the sound of the sobbing, bitter weeping. Rachel mourns for her children, she refuses to be consoled. For her children, they are no more. Thus said the Lord, cease your cry of the weeping, hold back your tears. There is a compensation for your labor, oracle of the Lord. They shall return from enemy land. There is hope for your future, oracle of the Lord. Your children shall return to their own territories. Indeed, I heard Ephraim rocking in grief. You chastised me, and I was chastised. I was like an untamed calf. Bring me back, let me come back, for you are the Lord my God. For after I turned away, I repented. After I came to myself, I struck my thigh. I was ashamed, even humiliated, because I brought the disgrace of my youth. Is Ephraim not my favorite son, the child in whom I delight? Even though I threaten him, I must still remember him. My heart throws for him, I must show him compassion, oracle of the Lord. Someone to return home. Settle Lord markers, put up signposts, turn your attention to the highway, the road you walked. Turn back, O Virgin Israel, turn back to these your cities. How long will you continue to hesitate, the rebellious doors? The Lord has created a new thing upon the earth. Woman encompasses man. Thus said the Lord of the host, the God of Israel, when I restore this fortune in the land of the Judah and in its cities, they shall again use this greeting. May the Lord bless you, tent of the justice, holy mountain. Judah and all its cities, the farmer and those who lead the flock shall dwell there together. For I will slake the thirst of the faint, the appetite of the old, the weary I will satisfy. At this I awoke and opened my eyes, my sleep was satisfied. See, days are coming, oracle of the Lord, when I will sow the house of the Israel and the house of the Judah with the seed of the human being and the seed of the animals. As I once watched over them to uproot and tear down, to demolish, to destroy, and to harm, so I watch over them to build and to plant, oracle of the Lord. In those days they shall no longer say, the barren ate the ripe grapes, and the children's teeth are set on edge. But all shall die because of their own iniquity. The teeth of anyone who eats of ripe grapes shall be set on edge. The New Covenant. See, days are coming, oracle of the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and the house of Judah. It will not be like the covenant I made with their ancestors the day I took them by the hand to lead them out of the land of Egypt. They broke my covenant, though I was their master, oracle of the Lord. But this is the covenant I'll make with the house of Israel after those days, oracle of the Lord. I'll place my law within them, and write it upon their hearts. I'll be their God, and they shall be my peoples. They will no longer teach their friends and their relatives, know the Lord. Everyone from the least to the greatest shall know me, oracle of the Lord, for I will forgive their iniquity and no longer remember their sin. Certainty of God promised. Thus said the Lord, who gives the sun to light the day, moon and stars to light the night, who stir up the sea so that it waves a Lord, whose name is the Lord of hosts. If ever this fixed order gives way before me, oracle of the Lord, then would the offspring of Israel cease as a people before me forever. Thus says the Lord, if the heaven on high could be measured, or the foundation below the earth be explored, then would I reject all the offspring of Israel because of all they have done, oracle of the Lord. Jerusalem rebelled. See, days are coming, oracle of the Lord, when the city shall be rebelled as the road from the top of the Hanan arrow to the corner gate. A measuring line shall be stretched from there straight to the hill Gareb, and then turn to go out. The holy valley of the corpse and the ashes, all the terraced slopes toward the Wadi Kidrons, as far as the corner of the horse gate at the east, shall be holy to the Lord. Never again shall the city be uprooted or demolished. Jeremiah chapter 32, Praise of the Restoration. The word came to Jeremiah from the Lord in the 10th year of the Zedekiah, king of Judah, the 18th year of the Nebuchadnezzar. At that time, the army of the king of Babylon was besieging Jerusalem, while Jeremiah the prophet was confined to the court of the God in the house of the king of the Judah. Zedekiah king of the Judah had confined him there, saying, How dare you prophesy? Thus said the Lord, I am handing this city over to the king of the Babylon, that we may capture it. Zedekiah king of Judah shall not escape the hand of the Chaldeans. He shall indeed be handed over to the king of Babylon. He shall speak with him face to face and see him eye to eye. He shall take Zedekiah to Babylon, there he shall remain until I attend him. Oracle of the Lord, if you fight against the Chaldeans, you cannot win. Jeremiah said, This word came to me from the Lord. Hanamel, son of your uncle Shalom, will come to you with the offer. Purchase my field in Anatolia, since you as nearest relatives have the first right of the purchase. And just as the Lord has said, my cousin Hanamel came to me in the court of the God and said, Please purchase my field in Anatolia, in the territory of the Benjamin, as nearest relatives. You have the first right of the possession. Purchase it for yourself. Then I knew this was the word of the Lord. So I bought the field in Anatolia from my cousin Hanamel, weighing out for him the silver, 17 shekels of the silver. When I had written and sealed the deed, called witnesses and weighed out the silver on the scales, I accept the deed of the purchase, both the sealed copy containing title and condition and the open copies. I gave this deed of the purchase to Baruch, son of the Neriah, son of the Messiah, in the presence of my cousin Hanamel and the witness who had signed the deed of the purchase, and before all the Judahites sitting around in the court of the God. In the presence I gave Baruch this charge. Thus said the Lord of the host, the God of Israel, take these deeds of the purchase, both the seal and open deeds, and put them in the earthenware jar so they can last a long time. For thus said the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, they shall again purchase houses and the field and the vineyard in this land. After I have given deed of the purchase to the Baruch, son of the Neriah, I prayed to the Lord. My Lord God, you made the heaven and the earth with your great power and your outstretched arm. Nothing is too difficult for you. You continue your kindness through 1,000 generations, but you repay the ancestors' guilt upon their children who follow them. Great ain't the mighty God, whose name is the Lord of hosts. Great in counsel, mighty indeed, whose eyes are fixed on all the way of the morals, giving to all according to their ways, according to the fate of their deeds. You have performed the sign and the wonder in the land of Egypt, and to this day in Israel and among all peoples. You have made a name for yourself as on this day. You brought your people Israel out of the land of Egypt within sign and wonders, with a strong hand and outstretched arm and great terrors. And you gave them this land as you had sworn to their ancestors to give them, a land flowing with milk and honey. They went in and took possession of it, but they did not listen to your voice. They did not live by your law. They did not do anything you commanded them to do. Then you made all this evil fall upon them. See, the siege workers have arrived at this city to capture it. The city is handed over to the Chaldeans who are attacking it with sword, starvation, and disease. What you threaten has happened. You can see it for yourself. Yet you told me, my Lord God, purchase the field with silver and summon witnesses when the city has already been handed over to the Chaldeans. Then this word of the Lord came to Jeremiah. I am the Lord, the God of all the living. Is anything too difficult for me? Therefore, the Lord said, I am handing over this city to the Chaldeans and to the Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and he shall capture it. The Chaldeans who are attacking this city shall go in and set the city on fire, burning it and the houses on whose roofs incense was burned to the Baal, and the libation were poured out to the other gods in order to provoke me. From their youth, the Israelites and the Judahites have been doing only what is evil in my eyes. The Israelites have been provoking me with the work of their hands, the work of the Lord. This city has so stirred my anger and wrath from the day it was built to this day, that I must put it out of my sight. For all the evil the Israelites and the Judahites have done to provoke me, they, their kings, their princes, their priests, and their prophets, the people of the Judah and the inhabitants of the Jerusalem. They turned their back to me, not their faces, though I taught them persistently. They would not listen or accept the corruption. Instead, they set up their abomination in the house which bears my name in order to defile it. They built a high place to Baal in the valley of the Ben Hinnom to sacrifice their son and daughter to Molech. I never commanded them to do this, nor did it even enter my mind that they would practice this abomination, so as to bring sin upon Judah. Now therefore, thus said the Lord, the God of Israel, concerning this city, which you say is being handed over to the king of Babylon by means of the sword, starvation, and disease. See, I am gathering them from all the land to which I drove them in my rising fury and great angers. I'll bring them back to this place and settle them here in safety. They shall be my people, and I'll be their God. I'll give them one heart and one way, that they may fear me always, for their own good and the good of the children after them. Within them I'll make an everlasting covenant, never to cease doing good to them. I'll put a fear of me in their hearts, so that they never turn away from me. I'll take a delight in doing good to them. I'll plant them firmly in this land with all my heart and soul. For thus said the Lord, just I have brought upon this people all this great evil, so I'll bring upon them all the good I have promised them. Fields shall be purchased in this land, about which you say it is a waste land, without human beings or animals, handed over to the Chaldeans. They'll purchase a field with silver, write up these, seal them, and have them witnessed in the land of the Benjamin, in the neighborhood of the Jerusalem, in the city of the Judah and of hill the country, in the city of the Shephelah and the Negev, when I restore their fortunes, oracle of the Lord. Jeremiah chapter 33, Restoration of Jerusalem. The word of the Lord came to Jeremiah a second time while he was still confined in the court of the God. Thus said the Lord who made the earth, giving it shape and stability. The Lord is his name. Call to me, and I'll answer you. I'll tell you great things beyond the reach of your knowledge. Thus said the Lord, the God of Israel, concerning the houses of this city and the houses of the kings of the Judah, which are being torn down because of the siege work and the sword. Men come to battle the Chaldeans and to fill these houses with the corpse of those who I have struck down in my raging angers. When I hid my face from this city because of all their wickedness. Look, I am bringing the city a recovery and healing. I heal them and reveal to them an abundance of the lasting peace. I restore the fortune of the Judah and the Israel and rebuild them as they were in the beginnings. I'll purify them of all the guilt they incurred by sinning against me. I'll forgive all their offenses by which they sin and rebel against me. Then this city shall become joy for me, a name of the praise and the pride, before all the nations of the earth, as they hear of all the good I am doing for them. They shall fear and tremble because of all the prosperity I give it. Thus says the Lord, in this place about which you say, it is a waste without people of the animals, and in the city of the Judah, in the street of the Jerusalem now deserted. Without people, without inhabitant, without animal, there shall yet be heard the song of the joy, the song of the gladness, the song of the bridegroom, the song of the bride, the song of those who bring thanks offering to the house of the Lord. Give thanks to the Lord of hosts, for the Lord is good. God's love endures forever. For I restore the fortune of this land as they were in the beginning, said the Lord. Thus said the Lord of hosts, in this place now a waste without people or animals, and in all its city there shall again be sheep forward for shepherd to rest their flocks. In the city of the hill country of the Shephelah and the Negev, in the land of the Benjamin, and the neighborhood of the Jerusalem, and in the city of the Judah, flocks will again pass under the hands of the one who counts them, say the Lord. The days are coming, oracle of the Lord, when I fulfill the promise I made to the house of the Israel and the house of the Judah. In those days, at that time, I'll make a just shoot the spring up for David. He shall do what is right and just in the land. In those days, Judah shall be saved, and Jerusalem shall dwell safely. This is the name they shall call her, the Lord our justice. For thus said the Lord, David shall never lack a successor on the throne of the house of the Israel. Nor shall the priest of the Levi ever be lacking before me to sacrifice burnt offering, to burn cereal offering, and to make a sacrifice. This word of the Lord also came to Jeremiah. Thus said the Lord, if you can break my covenant with day and my covenant with night, so that day and night no longer appear in their proper time. Only then can my covenant with my servant David be broken, so that he will not have a descendant to act as king upon his throne, and my covenant with the priest of the Levi who minister to me. Just as the host of the heaven cannot be numbered and the sand of the sea cannot be counted, so I will multiply the descent of the David my servant and the Levite who minister to me. This word of the Lord came to Jeremiah. Have you not noticed what these people are saying? The Lord has rejected the two tribes he had chosen. They hold my people in contempt as if it were no longer a nation in their eyes. Thus said the Lord, if I no covenant with day and night, if I did not establish the statute for heaven and earth, then I also reject the descendant of the Jacob and of David my servant, no longer selecting from his descendant the ruler for the offspring of the Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Yes, I restore their fortune and show them mercy. Jeremiah chapter 34, Faith of the Zedekiah. The word which came to Jeremiah from the Lord while Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, and all his army and all the earth's kingdom under his rule, and all the people were attacking Jerusalem and all her cities. Thus said the Lord, the God of Israel, go to Zedekiah, king of Judah, and tell him, thus said the Lord, I am handing this city over the king of the Babylon. He will burn it with fire. You yourself shall not escape his hand, rather you will be captured and fall into his hand. You shall see the king of Babylon eye to eye and speak to him face to face. Then you shall go to Babylon. Just hear the word of the Lord, Zedekiah, king of Judah. Then said the Lord concerning you, you shall not die by the sword. You shall die in peace, and they will burn spices for you as they did for your ancestors, the earlier kings who preceded you, and they shall make a lament over you. Alas, Lord, I myself make this promise, oracle of the Lord. Jeremiah the prophet told all these things to Zedekiah, king of Judah, in Jerusalem. While the army of the king of Babylon was attacking Jerusalem and the remaining city of the Judah, Lachish and Azekah, only these fortified cities were left standing out of all the city of the Judah. The backs broken. This is the word that came to Jeremiah from the Lord after King Zedekiah had made a covenant with all the people in the Jerusalem to proclaim freedom. Everyone must free their Hebrew slaves, male and female, so that no one should hold another Judahite in servitude. All the princes and the people who entered this covenant agreed to set free their slaves, their male and female servants, so that they should no longer be in the servitude. But even though they agreed and freed them, afterward, they took back the male and the female servant whom they had set free and again forced them into servitude. Then this word of the Lord came to Jeremiah. Thus said the Lord, the God of Israel, I myself made a covenant with your ancestors the day I brought them out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of the slavery. Even 7th year each of you must set free all Hebrew who have sold themselves to you. 6 years they shall serve you, but then you shall let them go free. Your ancestors, however, did not listen to me or obey me. As for you, today you repented and did what is right in my eyes by proclaiming freedom for your neighbor and making a covenant before me in the house which bears my name. But then you again profaned my name by taking back your male and female slaves whom you have just set free for life. You forced them to become your slaves again. Therefore, thus said the Lord, you for your part did not obey me by proclaiming freedom for your families and neighbors. So I proclaim freedom for you, oracle of the Lord, for sword, starvation, and disease. I'll make you an object of horror to all the kingdom of the earth. Those who violate my covenant and did not observe the term of the covenant they made in my presence, I'll make them like the carp which they cut into so they could pass between its parts. The prince of the Judah and of Jerusalem, the court of the official, the priest, and all the people of the land who passed between the parts of the carp. These I'll hand over to their enemies, to those who seek their lives. Their corpses shall become food for the birds of the air and the beasts of the field. Zedekiah king of Judah and his princes I'll hand also over to their enemies, to those who seek their lives, to the army of the king of the Babylon, which is now withdrawing from you. I am giving the command, the oracle of the Lord, to bring them back to this city. They shall attack and capture it and burn it with fire. The city of the Judah I'll turn into a waste where no one dwells. Jeremiah chapter 35. The faithful Rechabite. The word that came to Jeremiah from the Lord in the day of the Jehoiakim, son of the Josiah, king of Judah. Go to the house of the Rechabite, speak to them, and bring them to the house of the Lord, to one of the rooms there, and give them wine to drink. So I took Zazaniah, son of the Jeremiah, son of the Habaziniah, his brother and all his sons, the whole house of the Rechabite. And I brought them to the house of the Lord, to the room of the sons of the Hanan, son of the Igdaliah, the man of God, next to the room of the princes, above the room of the Masasiah, son of the Salom, the guard at the entrance. I set before the Rechabite the bowls full of the wine and the cups, and said to them, drink some wine. We do not drink wine, they said to me. Jonadab, Rechab, our father, commanded us, neither you nor your children shall ever drink wine. Build no house and sow no seed. Do not plant a vineyard or own any. You must dwell in tents all your lives, so that you may live long on the land where you live as resident aliens. We have obeyed Jonadab, Rechab's son, our father, in everything that he commanded us, not drinking wine as long as we lived, neither we nor our wives, nor our sons, nor our daughters. Not building houses to live in, not owning vineyard or field or crops. We live in tents, doing everything our father Jonadab commanded us. But when Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, invaded this land, we said, come, let us go into Jerusalem to escape the army of the Chaldeans and the army of the Arameans. That is why you are now living in Jerusalem. Then the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah. Thus said the Lord of the host, the God of Israel, go say to people of the Judah and to the inhabitants of the Jerusalem, will you not take the correction and obey my words, ark of the Lord? The word of the Jonadab, the Recheb's son, by which he commanded his children not to drink wine, have been upheld. To this day they have not drunk wine, they obey their ancestors' command. I, however, have spoken to you time and again, but you did not obey me. Time and again I sent to you all my servants to the prophet, saying, turn away each of you from your evil way and reform your action. Do not follow other gods to serve them, that you may remain in the land which I gave you and your ancestors. But you did not pay attention, you did not obey me. Yes, the children of the Jonadab, Recheb's son, upheld the command which their father laid on them, but this people has not obeyed me. Now therefore said the Lord, the God of hosts, the God of Israel, I will soon bring upon Judah and all the inhabitants of the Jerusalem every evil with which I threatened them, because I spoke, but they did not obey. I called, but they did not answer. But to the house of the Rechabite, Jeremiah said, thus said the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, since you have obeyed the command of the Jonadab, your father kept all his command and done everything he commanded you. Therefore, thus said the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, never shall there fail to be a descendant of the Jonadab, Recheb's son, standing in my presence. Jeremiah chapter 36, Baruch the scribe of the Jeremiah. In the first year of the Jehoiakim, son of the Josiah, king of Judah, this word came to Jeremiah from the Lord. Take a scroll and write on it all the words I have spoken to you about Israel, Judah, and all the nation, from the day I first spoke to you, from the day of the Josiah until today. Perhaps if the house of the Judah hears all the evil I have in mind to do to them, so that all of them turn from their evil way, then I can forgive their wickedness and their sin. So Jeremiah called the Baruch son of the Neriah, and he wrote down on the scroll what Jeremiah said, all the words which the Lord had spoken to him. Then Jeremiah commanded Baruch, I cannot enter the house of the Lord, I am barred from it. So you yourself must go on a fast day in the hearing of the people in the Lord's house. Read the word of the Lord from the scroll you wrote at my dictation. Read them also to all the people of the Judah who come out from their cities. Perhaps they will present their supplication before the Lord and will all turn back from the evil way. For great is the anger and the wrath with which the Lord has threatened these peoples. Baruch son of the Neriah did everything Jeremiah the prophet commanded. From the scroll he read the Lord's words in the Lord's house. In the 9th month, in the 5th year of the Jehoiakim, son of the Josiah, king of Judah, all the people of the Jerusalem and all those who came from Judah's city to Jerusalem proclaimed the fast before the Lord. So Baruch read the word of the Jeremiah from the scroll in the room of the Gemariah, son of the scribe Shaphan, in the upper court of the Lord's house, at the entrance of the new temple gate, in the hearing of the older peoples. Now Micaiah, son of the Gemariah, son of the Shaphan, heard all the words of the Lord read from the scroll. So we went down to the house of the king, into the scribe chambers, where the princes were meeting in session. Elishama the scribe, the Delaiah, son of the Shemaiah, Elatan, son of the Akbord, Gemariah, son of the Shaphan, Zedekiah, son of the Hananiah, and the other princes. Micaiah reported to them all that he had heard Baruch read from his scroll in the hearing of the peoples. The princes immediately sent Zedekiah Adi, son of the Nethaniah, son of the Salemiah, son of the Cush, to Baruch with the orders. The scroll you read in the hearing of the peoples, bring it with you and come. Scroll in hand, Baruch son of the Neriah went to them. Sit down, they said to him, and read it in our hearing. Baruch read it in their hearings. And when they had heard all its words, they turned to each other in alarm and said to Baruch, "He have to tell king all these things." Then they asked Baruch, "Tell us, please, how did you come to write down all these words? Was it at his dictation?" "Yes, he would dictate all these words to me," Baruch answered them, "while I wrote them down with ink in the scroll." The prince said to Baruch, "Go into hiding, go you and Jeremiah. Do not let anyone know where you are." They went into the king, into the courtyard. They had deposited the scroll in the room of the Elishama, the scribe. When they told the king everything that had happened, the king sent Zehudi to get the scroll. Zehudi brought it from the room of the Elishama, the scribe, and read it to the king and to all the princes who were attending the king. Now the king was sitting in his winter house, since it was the 9th month, and the fire was burning in the brazier before him. Each time Zehudi finished reading 3 or 4 columns, he would cut off the piece with the scribe knife and threw it into the fire in the brazier, until the entire scroll was consumed in the fire in the brazier. As they were listening to all these words, the king and all his officials did not become alarmed, nor did they tear their garments. And though Nathans, Delaiah, and Gemariah urged the king not to burn the scroll, he would not listen to them. He commanded Zeramel, or royal prince, and Seraiah, son of the Azriel, and Jeremiah, son of the Abdil, to arrest Baruch the scribe and Jeremiah the prophet, but the Lord had hidden them away. The word of the Lord came to Jeremiah after the king burned the scroll and the words Jeremiah had dictated to Baruch. "Take another scroll and write on it all the words in the first scroll, which Jehoiakim king of Judah burned. And against Jehoiakim king of Judah say this, thus said the Lord, you are the one who burned that scroll, saying, why do you write on it, the Babylon king shall surely come and ravage this land, emptying it of every living things? The Lord now says of the Jehoiakim king of Judah, no descendant of his shall sit on David's throne. His corpse shall be thrown out, exposed to heat by day, frost by night. I'll punish him and his descendant and his official for their wickedness upon them, the inhabitants of the Jerusalem. And the people of the Judah I'll bring all the evil threat to which they did not listen. Then Jeremiah took another scroll and gave it to his scribe Baruch son of the Neriah, who wrote on it at Jeremiah's dictation all the words contained in the scroll, which Jehoiakim king of Judah had burned in the fire, adding many words like them. Jeremiah chapter 37. Jeremiah in the dungeon. Zedekiah son of the Joshua became king, succeeding Coniah son of the Jehoiakim. Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon appointed him king over the land of the Judah. Neither he nor his official nor the people of the land would listen to the words which the Lord spoke through Jeremiah the prophet. Yet the king Zedekiah sent Zeugar son of the Salamiah and Zephaniah son of the Maaseiah, the priest, the Jeremiah the prophet, with this request, please appeal to the Lord our God for us. At this time Jeremiah still came and went freely among the people. He had not yet been put into prison. Meanwhile, Pharaoh's army had set out from Egypt, and when the Chaldeans who were besieging Jerusalem heard these reports, they withdrew from the city. Then the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah the prophet. Thus said the Lord, the God of Israel, thus you must say to the king of the Judah who sent you to consult me, listen, Pharaoh's army, which has set out to help you, you will return to Egypt, its own land. The Chaldeans shall return and attack this city. They shall capture it and destroy it by fire. Thus says the Lord, do not deceive yourselves, saying, the Chaldeans are surely leaving us forever. They are not. Even if you could defeat the whole Chaldeans army that is now attacking you, and only the wounded remained, each in his tent, this would rise up and destroy the city with fire. Now when Chaldeans army withdrew from Jerusalem because of the army of the Pharaohs, Jeremiah set out from Jerusalem to go to the territory of the Benjamin to receive this share of the property among the peoples. But at the gate of the Benjamin, the captain of the guard by the name of the Eremiyaso, son of the Salamiah, son of the Hananiah, arrested Jeremiah the prophet, saying, you are deserting to the Chaldeans. That is all right, Jeremiah answered, I am not deserting to the Chaldeans. Without listening to him, Elijah kept Jeremiah in custody and brought him to the princes. The princes were enraged at Jeremiah and had Jeremiah beaten and imprisoned in the house of the Jonathan the scribe, for they were using it as a jail. And so Jeremiah went into a room in the dungeon where he remained many days. Then King Zedekiah had him brought to his palace, and he asked him secretly, is there any words from the Lord? There is, Jeremiah answered. You shall be handed over to the king of the Babylon. Jeremiah then asked King Zedekiah, how have I wronged you or your official or these people that you should put me in prison? Where are your own prophet who prophesied for you, saying, the king of Babylon will not attack you or this land? Please hear me, my lord kings, grant my petition. Do not send me back into the house of the Jonathan the scribe, or I shall die there. So King Zedekiah ordered that Jeremiah be confined in the court of the God and given a ration of the bread every day from the bakers, straight until all the bread in the city was eaten up. Thus Jeremiah remained in the court of the God. Jeremiah chapter 38, Jeremiah in the Modi system. Shephatiah, son of the Mattan, Gedaliah, son of the Pashur, Jukal, son of the Salamiah, and the Pashur, son of the Micaiah, heard the words that Jeremiah was speaking to all the peoples. Thus said the Lord, those who remain in this city shall die by means of the sword, starvation, and disease. But those who go out to the Chaldeans shall live. Their lives shall be spared them as spoil of the world, that they may live. Thus said the Lord, this city shall certainly be handed over to the army of the king of the Babylon. He shall capture it. Then the prince said to the king, this man ought to be put to death. He is weakening the reserve of the soldier left in this city and of all the peoples. By saying such things to them, he is not seeking the welfare of the people, but their ruins. King Zedekiah answered, he is in your hands, for the king could do nothing with them. And so they took Jeremiah and threw him into the cistern of the prince of Micaiah, in the court of the God, letting him down by rope. There is no water in the cistern, only mud, and Jeremiah sank down into the mud. Now Ebed-melech, an Ethiopian, a court official in the king's house, heard that they had put Jeremiah in the cistern. The king happened to the sitting at the gate of the Benjamins. And Ebed-melech went there from the house of the king and said to him, My lord king, these men have done wrong in all their treatment of the Jeremiah the prophet, throwing him into the cistern. He will starve to death on the spot, for there is no more bread in the cities. Then the king ordered the Ebed-melech the Ethiopian, Take 3 men with you and get Jeremiah the prophet out of the cistern before he dies. Ebed-melech took the men with him and went first to the linen closet in the house of the king. He took some old tattered rag of the lowered them by the rope to the Jeremiah in the cistern. Then he said to Jeremiah, Put these old tattered rags between your armpit and the ropes. Jeremiah did so. And they pulled him up by rope out of the cistern, but Jeremiah remained in the court of the guard. King Zedekiah summoned Jeremiah the prophet to meet him at the third entrance of the house of the Lord. I have a question to ask you, the king said to Jeremiah. Do not hide anything from me. Jeremiah answered Zedekiah, If I tell you anything, will you not have me put to death? If I console you, you will not listen to me. But King Zedekiah swore to Jeremiah secretly, As the Lord lives who gave us our lives, I will not kill you, nor will I will hand you over to those men who seek your life. Jeremiah then said to Zedekiah, Thus said the Lord God of hosts, the God of Israel, If you will only surrender to prince of the Babylon kings, you shall save your life. This city shall not be destroyed by fire, and you and your household shall live. But if you do not surrender to the prince of the Babylon kings, this city shall fall into the hand of the Chaldeans, who shall destroy it by fire, and you shall not escape their hand. King Zedekiah said to Jeremiah, I am afraid of the Judahites who have deserted to the Chaldeans. I could be handed over to them, and they will mistreat me. You will not be handed over to them, Jeremiah answered. I beg you, please listen to the voice of the Lord regarding what I tell you, so that it may go well with you and your life be spared. But if you refuse to surrender, this is what the Lord has shown. I see old women who remain in the house of the Judah kings being brought out to the prince of the Babylon king, and they are crying. They betrayed you, outdid you, you good friends. Now that your feet are sunk in mud, they slink away. All your wives and children shall be brought out to the Chaldeans, and you shall not escape their hands. You shall be handed over to the king of the Babylon, and this city shall be destroyed by fire. Then Zedekiah said to Jeremiah, Let no one know about this conversation, or you shall die. If your prince should hear I spoke with you, and if they should come and ask you, Tell us what you said to king. Do not hide it from us, or we will kill you. Or what did the king say to you? Then give them this answer. I petitioned the king not to send me back to the Jonathan's house, lest I die there. When all the princes came to Jeremiah and questioned him, he answered them with the very words the king had commanded. They said no more to him, for nothing had been overheard of the conversations. The Jeremiah stayed in the court of the guard until the day Jerusalem was taken. Jeremiah chapter 39, the capture of the Jerusalem, when Jerusalem was taken. In the 9th year of the Zedekiah king of Judah, in the 10th month, Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon and all his army marched against Jerusalem and placed it under siege. In the 11th year of the Zedekiah, on the 9th day of the first month, the city wall was breached. All the princes of the king of the Babylon came and took their seat at the middle gate. Negal-Shurais of the Shemagor, the chief official, Nebuchadnezzar Shaphan, high dignitaries, and all the rest of the prince of the king of the Babylon. When Zedekiah king of Judah and all his warriors saw this, they fled, leaving the city at night by way of the king's garden, through a gate between two walls. He went in the direction of the Arabah. But the Chaldeans' army pursued them. They caught up with Zedekiah in the wilderness near Jericho and took him prisoners. They brought him to the Nebuchadnezzar, king of the Babylon, in the Riblah, in the land of the Hamas, and he pronounced the sentence upon him. The king of Babylon executed the son of the Zedekiah at the Riblah before his very eyes. The king of Babylon also executed all the nobles of the Judah. He then blinded Zedekiah and bound him in the chain to bring him to the Babylons. The Chaldeans set a fire to the king's house and the houses of the people and tore down the wall of the Jerusalem. Nebuzaradan, captain of the bodyguard, deported to the Babylon the rest of the people left in the city, those who had deserted to him and the rest of the workers. But Nebuzaradan, captain of the bodyguard, left in the land of Judah some of the poor who had nothing, and at the same time gave them a vineyard and farms. Jeremiah relates to the Gedaliah custodist. Concerning Jeremiah, Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, gave this order through Nebuzaradan, captain of the bodyguard. Take him and took after him. Do not let anything happen to him. Whatever he may ask, you must do for him. Thereupon Nebuzaradan, captain of the bodyguard, and Nebuchadnezzar, a high dignitary, and Negal-Sharezer, a chief official, and all noble of the king of the Babylon, had Jeremiah taken out of the courtyard of the gate and entrusted to Gedaliah, son of the Ahikam, son of the Shaphan, to bring him home. And so he remained among the peoples, a word of the comfort for Ebed-Melech. While Jeremiah was still imprisoned in the court of the God, the word of the Lord came to him. Go tell this to Ebed-Melech, the Ethiopians. Thus said the Lord of the host, the God of the Israel, see, I am now carrying out my words against this city, for evil and not for good. This will happen in your presence on that day. But on that day I will deliver you, oracle of the Lord. You shall not be handed over to men you dread. I'll make certain that you escape and do not fall by the sword. Your life will be your spoil of the world, because you trust in me, oracle of the Lord. Jeremiah chapter 40. Jeremiah still in Judah. The word which came to Jeremiah from the Lord after Nebuzaradan, captain of the bodyguard, had released him in Ramah, where he found him a prisoner in chains among the captives of the Jerusalem and Judah, being exiled to Babylon. The captain of the bodyguard took charge of the Jeremiah and said to him, the Lord your God decreed the rain for this place. Now he has made it happen, accomplishing what he decreed, because you sinned against the Lord and did not listen to his voice. This decree has been realized against you. Now I'll release you today from the chain upon your hands. If you want to come with me to Babylon, then come. I'll look out for you, but if you do not want to come to Babylon, very well. See, the whole land lies before you. Go wherever you think good and proper. Or go to Gedaliah, son of the Ahikam, son of the Shaphan, whom the king of Babylon has set over the city of the Judah. Stay with him among the people. Or go wherever you want. The captain of the bodyguard gave him food and gift and let him go. So Jeremiah went to Gedaliah, son of the Ahikam, in Mizpah, and dwelt with him among the people left in the land. When the military leader still in the field with the sword heard that the king of the Babylon had set Gedaliah, son of the Ahikam, over the land and had put him in the charge of the men, women, and the children from the poor of the land who had not been deported to Babylon. They and their soldiers came to Gedaliah in Mizpah. Ismail, son of the Nethaniah, Johanan, son of the Kareah, Seraiah, son of the Tanhumash, the son of the Ephai of Netophath, and Zeoniah of the Beth-Makkah. Gedaliah, son of the Achim, son of the Shaphan, swore an oath to them and their men, "Do not be afraid to serve the Chaldeans. Stay in the land and serve the king of Babylon, so that everything may go well with you. As for me, I will remain in Mizpah as your representative before the Chaldeans when they come to us. You, for your part, harvest the wine, the fruit, and the oil, store them in jars, and remain in the city you occupied." Then all the Judahites in Moab, in Ammon, in Edom, and those in all other lands heard that King Babylon had left a remnant in Judah, and had set over them Gedaliah, son of the Ahikam, son of the Shaphan. They all returned to the land of the Judah from the place to which they had scattered. They went to the Gedaliah at Mizpah and had a rich harvest of the wine and the fruit. Assassination of the Gedaliah. Now Johanan, son of the Kareah, and all the military leaders in the field came to Gedaliah in Mizpah, and said to him, "Surely you are aware that Baalis, the Ammonite king, has sent Ismail, son of the Nethaniah, to assassinate you, but Gedaliah, son of the Ahikam, would not believe them." Then Johanan, son of the Kareah, said secretly to Gedaliah in Mizpah, "Please let me go and kill Ismail, son of the Nethaniah. No one will know it. What if he assassinates you? All Judahites who have now rallied behind you would scatter, and the remnant of the Judah would perish." Gedaliah, son of the Ahikam, answered Johanan, son of the Kareah, "You must not do that. What you are saying about Ismail is a lie." Jeremiah chapter 41. In the 7th month, Ismail, son of the Nethaniah, son of the Elishama of the royal descent, one of the king of the nobles, came with 10 men, Gedaliah, son of the Ahikam, at Mizpah, while they were together at table in Mizpah. Ismail, son of the Nethaniah, and the 10 with him stood up and struck down Gedaliah, son of the Ahikam, son of the Shaphan, with a sword. They killed him, since the king of the Babylon had set him over the land. Ismail also killed all the Judahites of the military age who were with Gedaliah and the Chaldean soldiers stationed there. The day after the murder of the Gedaliah, before anyone learned about it, 18 men in ragged clothes with the beards shaved up and the creases on their bodies came from the Shechem, Shiloh, and Samaria, bring grain offering and incense for the house of the Lord. Weeping as he went, Ismail, son of the Nethaniah, set out from Mizpah to meet them. "Come to Gedaliah, son of the Ahikam," he said as he met them. Once they were inside the city, Ismail, son of the Nethaniah, and his men slaughtered them and threw them into the cistern. 10 of them said to Ismail, "Do not kill us. We have a store of the wheat and the barley, oil and the honey hidden in the field." So he spared them and did not kill them as he had killed their companions. The cistern into which Ismail threw all the body of the men he had killed was the large one King Asa made to defend himself against Baasha, king of Israel. Ismail, son of the Nethaniah, filled this cistern with the slain. Ismail led away the rest of the people left in Mizpah, including the princes, whom Nebuzaradan, captain of the bodyguard, had consigned to Gedaliah, son of the Ahikam. With these captives, Ismail, son of the Nethaniah, set out to cross over to the Ammonite and fly to Egypt. But when Johanan, son of the Kareah, and the other army leader with him heard about the crime Ismail, son of the Nethaniah, had committed, they took all the men and set out to attack Ismail, son of the Nethaniah. They overtook him at the great pool in Gibeon. At the sight of Johanan, son of the Kareah, and the other army leaders, the people with Ismail rejoiced. All of those whom Ismail had taken captive from Mizpah went back to Johanan, son of the Kareah. But Ismail, son of the Nethaniah, escaped from Johanan with 8 men and fled to the Ammonite. Then Johanan, son of the Kareah, and all the military leaders took charge of all the rest of the people whom Ismail, son of the Nethaniah, had taken away from Mizpah after he killed Gedaliah, son of the Ahikam. The soldier, the woman with the children, and the court official who brought back from Gibeon. They set out and stopped at the Gerus Chimham near Bethlehem, intending to go into Egypt. They were afraid of the Chaldeans because Ismail, son of the Nethaniah, had slain Gedaliah, son of the Ahikam, whom the king of the Babylon had set over the land. Jeremiah chapter 42. Then all the military leaders, including Johanan, son of the Kareah, Azariah, son of the Hoshiah, and all the people from the least to the greatest, approached Jeremiah the prophet and said, "Please grant our petition. Pray for us to the Lord your God for all these remnants. As you see, only a few of us remain, but once we were many. May the Lord your God show us the way we should take and what we should do." "Very well," Jeremiah the prophet answered them. "I'll pray to the Lord your God as you desire. Whatever the Lord answers, I'll tell you. I'll withhold nothing from you." And they said to Jeremiah, "May the Lord be a true and a faithful witness against us if you do not follow all the instruction the Lord your God sends us through you. Whether we like it or not, we will obey the command of the Lord our God, to whom we are sending you, so that it may go well with us for obeying the command of the Lord our God." 10 days passed before the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah. Then he called Johanan, son of the Kareah, his army leaders, and all the people, from the least to the greatest, and said to them, "Thus said the Lord, the God of Israel, who sent me to offer your petitions. If you indeed will remain in this land, I'll build you up and not tear you down. I'll plant you, not uproot you, for I repent of the evil I have done you. Do not fear the king of Babylon as you do now. Do not fear him, oracle of the Lord, for I am with you to save you, to rescue you from his power. I'll take pity on you, so that he will have pity on you and let you return to your land. But if you keep saying, 'We will not stay in this land,' thus disobeying the voice of the Lord your God, and saying, 'No, we will go to the land of Egypt, where we will not see war, nor hear the trumpet alarm, nor hunger for bread, there we will live,' then listen to the word of the Lord, the remnant of the Judah. Thus said the Lord of the host, the God of Israel, if you are set on going to Egypt and settling down there once you arrive, the sword you fear shall overtake you in the land of Egypt. The hunger you dread shall pursue you to Egypt, and there you shall die. All those determined to go Egypt to live shall die by sword, famine, and disease. Not one shall survive and escape the evil that I am bringing upon them. For thus said the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, thus as my furious wrath was poured out upon the inhabitants of the Jerusalem, so shall my anger be poured out on you when you reach Egypt. You shall become a malediction and a horror, a curse and a reproach, and you shall never see this place again. The Lord has spoken to you, remnant of the Judah, do not go Egypt, mark well that I am warning you this day. At the cost of your lives you have been deceitful, for you yourself sent me to the Lord your God, saying, Pray for us to the Lord our God. Whatever the Lord our God shall say, tell us, and we will do it. Today I have told you, but you have not listened to the voice of the Lord your God in anything that he has sent me to tell you. Have no doubt about this, you shall die by sword, famine, and disease in the place where you want to go and live. Jeremiah chapter 43. When Jeremiah finished telling the people all the words of the Lord their God sent to them, Azariah son of the Hosea, Johanan son of the Kareah, and all the others had the insolence to say to Jeremiah, You lie, the Lord our God did not send you to tell us, do not go to Egypt to live there. Baruch son of the Neriah is inciting you against us to hand us over to the Chaldeans to be killed or exiled to Babylon. So Johanan, son of the Kareah, and the rest of the leader and the people did not listen to the voice of the Lord to stay in the land of the Judah. Instead, Johanan, son of the Kareah, and the military leader took along all the remnant of the Judah who had been dispersed among the nation, and then had returned to dwell in the land of the Judah. Men, women, and children, the princes, and everyone who Nebuchadnezzar, captain of the bodyguard, had consigned to Gedaliah, son of the Achim, son of the Shaphan, also Jeremiah the prophet, and the Baruch, son of the Neriah. They went to Egypt. They did not listen to the voice of the Lord and came to Taphas. Jeremiah in Egypt. The word of the Lord came to Jeremiah in the Taphas. Take some rhinestone in your hand and set them in mortar in the terrace at the entrance to the house of the Pharaoh in Taphas while the Judahite watch. Then say to them, Thus says the Lord of the hosts, the God of Israel, I'll send for my servant Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon. He will place his throne upon this stone, which I, Jeremiah, have set up, and stretch his canopy above them. He shall come and strike the land of Egypt with death, those marked for death, with exile, those marked for exile, with the sword, those marked for the sword. He shall set a fire to the temple of the Egypt, the God, burn the God, and carry them out. He shall pick the land of the Egypt clean as a shepherd picks lice up his flock, and then depart victorious. He shall smash the obelisk at the temple of the sun in the land of the Egypt, and destroy with a fire the temple of the Egyptian gods. Jeremiah chapter 44. The word that came to Jeremiah for all the Judahites who were living in Egypt, those living in Migdol, Taphas, and Memphis, and in Upper Egypt. Thus said the Lord of the hosts, the God of Israel, you yourselves have seen all the evil I brought upon Jerusalem and the other city of the Judah. Today they lie in ruins uninhabited. Because of the evil they did to provoke me, going after other gods, offering incense and serving other gods they did not know, neither they nor your ancestors. Though I repeatedly sent you all my servants the prophets, saying, you must not commit the abominable deed I hate. They did not listen or incline their ears in order to turn from their evil, no longer offering incense to other gods. Therefore the fury of my anger poured forth and kindled the fire in the city of the Judah and the street of the Jerusalem, to turn them into the ruined wasteland they are today. Now thus says the Lord God of hosts, the God of Israel, why inflict so great an evil upon yourselves, cutting off from Judah man and woman, child and infant, not leaving yourselves even a remnant? Why do you provoke me with the work of your hands, offering sacrifice to the other God here in the land of Egypt, where you have come to live? Will you cut yourselves up and become a curse, a reproach among all the nations of the earth? Have you forgotten the evil of your ancestors, the evil of the kings of the Judah, the evil of their wives, and your own evil, that the evil of your wives? All that they did in the land of the Judah and in the street of the Jerusalem, to this day they have not been crushed down, nor have they shown fears. They have not followed my law and my statute that I set before you and your ancestors. Therefore thus says the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, I have set my face against you for evil, to cut off all Judah. I will take away the remnant of the Judah who insisted on going to the land of Egypt to live there. In the land of Egypt they shall meet their end. They shall fall by the sword or be consumed by hunger, from the least to the greatest. They shall die by sword and hunger. They shall become malediction, a horror, a curse, or reproach. Thus I will punish those who live in Egypt, just as I punished Jerusalem with sword, hunger, and disease, so that none of the remnant of the Judah who came to live in the land of Egypt shall escape or survive. No one shall return to the land of Judah, even though they long to return and live there. They shall not return except as refugees. They answered Jeremiah, all the men who knew that their wives were offering sacrifice to other gods, all the women standing there in the immense crowd, and all the people who live in the lower and upper Egypt. Regarding the word you have spoken to us in the name of the Lord, we are not listening to you. Rather, you will go on doing what he proposed. We will offer incense to the King of the heaven and pour out the libation to her, just as we have done along with our ancestors, our kings and the princes, in the city of the Judah and in the street of the Jerusalem. Then he had plenty to eat, we prospered, and we suffered no misfortunes. But ever since we stopped offering sacrifice to the King of the heaven and pouring out the libation to her, we lack everything and are being destroyed by sword and hunger. And the woman said, when he offered sacrifice to the King of the heaven and poured out the libation to her, did he bake cakes in her image and pour out the libation to her without our husband's consent? To all the people, men and women, who gave him this answer, Jeremiah said, as for the sacrifice you offered in the city of the Judah and in the street of the Jerusalem, you, your ancestors, your kings and the princes, and the people of the land, did not the Lord remember them? Did it not enter his mind? The Lord could no longer bear the evil of your deed, the abomination you were doing. Then your land became a waste or a horror, a curse without even one inhabitant, as it is today. Because you offer sacrifice and sinned against the Lord, not listening to the voice of the Lord, not following his law, his statute and his decrees. Therefore this evil has overtaken you as it is today. Jeremiah said to all the people and to all women, hear the word of the Lord, all you Judahite in the land of Egypt. Thus said the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, you and your wives have carried out with your hand what your mouths have spoken. We'll go on fulfilling the vows we have made to offer sacrifice to the King of the heaven and to pour out the libation to her. Very well, keep your vows, fulfill your vows. And then listen to the word of the Lord, all you Judahites living in Egypt. I swore you by my own great name, said the Lord, in the whole land of Egypt. My name shall no longer be pronounced by the lip of any Judahite, saying, as the Lord God lives. I am watching over them for evil, not for good. All the Judahites in Egypt shall come to end by sword and famine until they are completely destroyed. Those who escape the sword to return from the land of Egypt to the land of the Judah shall be a few in numbers. The whole remnant of the Judah who came to Egypt to live shall know whose words stand, mine or theirs. And this shall be assigned to you, ark of the Lord. I'll promise you in this place, so that you will know that my words stand solid raised against you for evil. Thus said the Lord, see, I'll hand over Pharaoh Hophra, king of Egypt, to his enemy, to those seeking his life. Just as I handed over Zedekiah, king of Judah, to his enemy Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, to the one seeking his life. Jeremiah chapter 45, a message to Baruch. The word that Jeremiah the prophet spoke to Baruch, son of the Neriah, when he wrote on the scroll words from Jeremiah's own mouth in the 4th year of the Joachim, son of Josiah, king of Judah. Thus said the Lord God of Israel to you, Baruch, you said, woe is me, the Lord has added grief to my pain. I have worn myself out with growing rest, it eludes me. You must say this to him, thus said the Lord, what I have built I am tearing down, what I have planted I am uprooting all this land. And you seek great things for yourself, do not seek them. I am bringing evil on all flesh, oracle of the Lord. But I'll grant you your life as spoil of the world, wherever you may go. Jeremiah chapter 46, the word of the Lord that came to Jeremiah the prophet concerning the nation against Egypt. Concerning Egypt, against the army of the Pharaoh Necho, king of Egypt, defeated at the Carchemish on the Euphrates by Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, in the 4th year of the Joachim, son of the Josiah, king of Judah. Prepare buckler and shield, move forward to battles. Harness the horses, charioteers mount up. Fall in with the helmet on, polish your spears, put on your armors. What do I see? Are they panicking, falling apart? Their warriors are hammered back. They flee headlong, never making a stand, terror on every side, oracle of the Lord. The swift cannot flee, nor the warriors escape. They are up north on the banks of the Euphrates. They stumble and fall. Who is this? Like the Nile, it rears up, like the rivers, it roars a surge. Is it the rears of the like a Nile, like rivers, it roars surge? I'll rear up, it says, and cover the earth, destroying the city and its peoples. Forward the horses charge, chariot, march forth warriors, Cush and Put, bearing shields, arc of the Lord, stretching bows. Today belong to the Lord of God of the host, a day of the vengeance on his foes. The sword devour and is sated, drunk with their blood. For the Lord God of the hosts hold a sacrifice in the land of the north on the river Euphrates. Go up to the glade, procure balm, virgin daughter Egypt. No use to multiply the remedies, for you there is no healing. The nation hear your cries, your screaming fails the oars, warriors stumble against warriors, both collapse together. The word that the Lord spoke to Jeremiah the prophet when Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, came to attack the land of Egypt. Proclaim in Egypt, announce in Migdol, announce in Memphis, in the Taphahas. Say, foreign, get ready. The sword has devoured your neighbors. Why has Apis fled? Your champion did not stand because the Lord thrust him down. He stumbled repeatedly, then collapsed. They said to each other, get up, you must return to our own people, to their land of our birth, away from the destroying sword. Give Pharaoh, king of Egypt, the name Braggart to missed his chance. As I live, says the king, whose name is the Lord of the host, like a Tabor above mountains, like a camel above the sea, he comes. Pack your bags for exile, the enthroned daughter of Egypt. Memphis shall become a wasteland, an empty ruin. Egypt is a beautiful Hayforth, or horse fly from the north keeps coming. Even the machineries in her ranks are like fattened calves. They too turn and flee together. They do not stand their ground. For their day of the ruin comes upon them, their time of punishment. Her voice is like a snake. Yes, they come in force. They attack her with axes, like those of fell trees. They cut down her forest, the ark of the Lord, impenetrable, though it be more numerous than a locust. They cannot be counted. Shamed in daughter Egypt, handed over to the people from the north. The Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, has said, see, I will punish the Ammon of the Thebans of the Egypt, God, kings of Pharaoh, and those who trust in him. I'll hand them over to those who seek their lives, to Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and to his officials. But later Egypt shall be inhabited again as in days of the old, oracle of the Lord. But you, my servant Jacob, do not fear, do not be dismayed, Israel. Listen, I will deliver you from far-off land, your offspring from the land of their exile. Jacob shall again find rest, secure with none to frighten him. You, Jacob, my servant, must not fear, oracle of the Lord, for I am with you. I will make an end of the old nations to which I have driven you. But of you I will make an end. I will chastise you as you deserve. I cannot let you go unpunished. Jeremiah chapter 47, against the Philistine. The word of the Lord that came to Jeremiah the prophet concerning the Philistine before Pharaoh attacked Gaza. Thus says the Lord, see, war are rising from the north to become a torrent in a flood. They shall flood the land and all it contains, the city and their inhabitants. People will howl and wail, every inhabitant of the land. At the noise of the bounding hoofs of his steed, the clanking chariot, the rumbling wheels, parents do not turn back for their children, their hands hang helpless. Because of the day that is coming to destroy all the Philistines and cut out from the Tyre and the Sidon the rest of their allies. Yes, the Lord is destroying the Philistines, the remnant from the coast of the Cutthroats. Burden is the feast upon Gaza. Ashkelon is reduced to silence. Ashdod, the remnant of their strength. How long will you cast yourself? Sword of the Lord, when will you find rest? Return to your scabbard, stop, be still. How can it find the rest when the Lord has commanded it? Against the Ascalon and the sea coast, there he has appointed it. Jeremiah chapter 48 against Moab. Concerning Moab, thus said the Lord of the hosts, the God of Israel, Nebo it is ravished, Kiriataim is disgraced, captures. Disgrace and overthrown is the stronghold. Moab's glory is no more, is Heshbon, they plot evil against her. Come, we will put an end to her as a nation. You too, madmen, shall be silenced. You shrewd stocks. Listen an outcry from Horonaim, ruin and great destruction. Moab is crushed, their outcry is heard in Joars. Up the ascent of the Luhis, they go weeping at the descent to Horonaim. They hear cries of anguish. Please save your lives, be like a wild donkey in the wilderness, because you trust in your works and your treasures. You also shall be captured. Chemosh shall go into exile, his priest and prince with him. Destroyer comes upon every city, not a city escape. Ruin is the valley, wasted the playthrough, work of the Lord. Set up the tombstone for Moab, it will soon become a complete wasteland. Its cities turn into ruins where no one dwells. Cursed are they who do the Lord's work carelessly. Cursed those who keep their sword from shedding blood. Moab has been resting from its use, suspended above its dregs. Never poured from the flask to flask, never driven into exile. Thus it retained its flavor, its bouquet is not lost. Be assured the day are coming, oracle of the Lord, when I send him wine makers to decant the wine. They shall empty its flask and smash its jars. Chemosh shall disappoint Moab, just as the house of Israel was disappointed by Bethels, in which they trusted. How can you say we are heroes, mighty warriors? The one who lavishes Moab and its cities comes up. The best of the Israelites go down to slaughter. Ark of the King, whose name is the Lord of Hosts. Moab ruin is near at hand. Its disaster approaches swiftly. Mourn all your neighbors, all you who know its name. Say how the mighty scepter is broken, the glorious step. Come down from glory, sit on the parched ground, enthroned Dibon. Moab destroy has fallen upon you, has shadowed your strongholds. Stand along the road, keep watch, enthroned Aloya. Ask the fleeing man, the escaping woman, ask them what has happened. Moab is put to shame, destroyed, wail and cry out, proclaim it at the Arnons. Moab is destroyed. Judgment has come upon the plateau, on Horon, Zahar, and the Mephar-Arst, on Dibon, the Nebo, and the Beth-Dibrathaim, on Kiriataim, Beth-Gamul, and the Beth-Meons, on Kirios, on the Bojars, on all the city of the land of the Moab, far and near. The horn of the Moab is cut off, its arm is broken, ark of the Lord. Make him drunk because he set himself over against the Lord. It let Moab swim in his vomit and become a laughing stock. Has Israel not been a laughing stock to you? Was he caught among thieves that you wag your hands whenever you speak of him? Abandon the cities, take shelter in the cracks, inhabitants of the Moab. Be like the dove that nests in the wall of the gorges. We have heard of the pride of the Moab, pride beyond the bounds, his loftiness, his pride, his scorn, his insolent heart. I myself know his arrogance, ark of the Lord, liar in the world, liar indeed. And so I wept over Moab, over all the Moab I cried, over the people of the Korhites I mourn. What then for Jajor I weep for you, vine of the Sibmah. Your tendrils trail down to the sea as far as Jajor they stretched. Upon your summer harvest and your vintage, the destroyer has fallen. Joy and gladness are taken away from the garden land, the land of Moab. I dry up the wine from the wine vat. The tree no more, the vintage shout is stilled. The cry of the Heshbon and the Eleazar is heard as far as Jahaz. They call from Jorah to Horonaim and to Eglas Shalei. Even the wall of the Nimrim turned into a wasteland. I leave no one in Moab or of the Lord to offer burnt offering on the high place or to make a sacrifice to their God. Hence my heart wails like a flute for Moab, my heart wails like a flute for the people of the Korhites. The wealth they accumulated has perished. Every head has been shaved, bald, every beard cut off, every hand gashed, and all their loins are wrapped in sackcloth. On all the rooftop of the Moab and in all its square there is mourning. I have shadowed Moab like a pot that no one wants, oracle of the Lord. How terrified they are, how they wail, how Moab turns back in shame. Moab has become a laughing stock and a horror to all its neighbors. For thus said the Lord, look there like an eagle he swoops, spreading his wings over Moab. Cities are captured, the stronghold seized. On that day the heart of the Moab warriors become like the heart of the woman in labor. Moab shall be wiped out, the people no more, because it set itself over against the Lord. Terror pit and the trap be upon you, enthroned the Moab oracle of the Lord. Those fleeing the terror fall into the pit, those climbing out of the pit are caught in the traps. Yes, I'll bring these things upon Moab in the year of their punishment, the oracle of the Lord. In Heshbon shadow the fugitives stop short exhausted. For fire blazed from Heshbon and the flames from the house of the Sihon. It consumed the forehead of the Moab, the scalp of the noisemakers. What to you, Moab, you are finished, the people of the Chemosh. Your sons are taken into exile, your daughter into captivities. Yet I'll restore the fortune of the Moab in the days to come, oracle of the Lord. Thus far the judgment on Moab. Jeremiah chapter 49 against the Ammonite. Concerning the Ammonite, thus says the Lord, has Israel no sons, none to inherit? Why has Milcom disinherited Gad? Why are you this people living in its cities? Therefore the days are coming, oracle of the Lord, when I'll sound the battle alarm against the Labrah of the Ammonite. It shall become a mound of the ruins, and its village destroyed by fire. Israel shall then inherit those who disinherited it, the oracle of the Lord. Where Heshbon the ruin is destroyed, the Shurek village of the Labrah put on sackcloth on the lament. Run back and forth in the sheepfolds, for Milcom is going into exile, taking priest and the prince with him. Why boast in your strength, you ebbing strength, rebellious doors? Why trust in your treasure, saying, who would dare attack me? See, I am bringing terror upon you, oracle of the Lord God of hosts, from all around you. You shall be scattered, each in headlong flight, with no one to gather the fugitives. But afterward I'll restore the fortune of the Ammonite, the oracle of the Lord, against Edom. Concerning Edom, thus said the Lord of the host, is there no more wisdom in Timran? Has counsel perished from the prudent? Is there wisdom gone? Flee, retreat, hide, therefore, lasting inhabitant of the Dedan, for I bring disaster upon Esau when I come punish them. If the vintagers came upon you, there would leave no gleanings. If thieves by night, they would destroy as they pleased. So myself will strip Esau, I'll uncover his liars so he cannot hide. Offspring and the family are destroyed, neighbors too he is no more. Leave your orphans behind, I'll keep them alive. Your widows, let them trust in me. For thus said the Lord, look, even those not sentenced to drink the cup must drink it. Shall you then go unpunished? You shall not, you shall drink every bit of it. By myself I have sworn, oracle of the Lord, the Bozrah shall become an object of the horror, a disgrace, a desolation, and a curse. Bozrah and all its cities shall become ruins forever. I have heard the report from the Lord, a herald has been sent among the nations. Get together, move against it, get ready for battles. I'll make you the least among the nations, despised by all peoples. The terror you spread, the pride of your heart beguiled you. Your denial of the rock and the crowd vice, occupying towering peaks. Though you build your nest high as the eagles, from there I'll bring you down, oracle of the Lord. Edom shall become an object of the horror, pass-by record in terror, hissing at all its wounds. As when Sodom, Gomorrah, and their neighbor were overthrown, oracle of the Lord, no one shall live in it, nor anyone settle there. As when a lion comes out from the thicket of the Jordan to a permanent pasture, so in an instant I'll chase them out, I'll establish there whomever I choose. For who is like me, who holds me accountable? What shepherd can stand against me? Therefore listen to the strategy the Lord devised for Edom, the plan he has drawn up against the inhabitant of the Teman. They shall be dragged away, even the smallest of the flock. Their pasture shall be aghast because of them. With the din of their collapse, the earth quakes. To the Red Sea, the outcry is heard. Look, like an eagle, he soars aloft, and spread his wings over Bozrah. On that day, the heart of the Edom warriors become like the heart of the woman in labor against Damascus. Concerning Damascus, Hamas and Arpad are ashamed, for they have heard bad news. Anxious they surge like a sea which cannot calm down. Damascus' loose heart turns to flame, panic has seized it. Distress and the pangs take hold like the pain of the woman in labor. How can the glorious city be abandoned, the town of the joy? But now its young men shall fall in its skills, all the warriors destroyed on that day, oracle of the Lord of hosts. I'll set fire to the wall of the Damascus, you shall devour the palace of the Ben-Hadad against Arabia. About Kedar and the kingdom of the Hazor, which Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, defeated. Thus said the Lord, rise up, attack Kedar, destroy the people from the east. Their tents and flags shall be taken away, their tent, the curtain, and all their goods. Their garments they carry out, they shout over them, terror on every side. Flee, wander about the hide deep for lasting inhabitant of the Hazor, oracle of the Lord. For Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, has devised a stretch against you, drawn out a plan against you. Get up, set out against the tranquil nation, living in security, oracle of the Lord, without the gate of the bars, dwelling alone. Their garments shall become spoiled, their whole deed of the cattle plunder. I'll scatter to the winds those who shave their temples. From every side I'll bring their ruins, oracle of the Lord. Hazor shall become the haunt for jackals or wasteland forever, where no one lives, no more stays. Against Elam. The word of the Lord that came to Jeremiah prophet concerning Elam at the beginning of the reign of the Zedekiah, king of Judah. Thus said the Lord of hosts, look, I'll break the bow of the Elam, the mainstay of their might. I'll bring upon Elam the four winds from the four ends of the heavens. I'll scatter them to the oldest wind until there is no nation, to which outcasts of the Elam have not gone. I'll terrify Elam before their foes, those seeking their life. I'll bring evil upon them, my burning lance, oracle of the Lord. I'll send the sword after them until I've finished them out. I'll set up my throne in Elam and destroy them from their king and princes, oracle of the Lord. But at the end of days I'll restore the fortune of the Elam, oracle of the Lord. Jeremiah chapter 50, the first oracle against Babylon. The word of the Lord spoke against Babylon, against the land of the Chaldeans through the Jeremiah the prophet. Proclaim this among the nations, announce it, do not hide it, but say, Babylon is captured, Baal put to shame, Marduk terrified. Its images are put to shame, its idol shadowed. All nations from the north advance against it, making the land desolate, so that no one can live there. Human beings and animals have fled. In those days and at that time, oracle of the Lord, the Israelites and the Judahites shall come together, weeping as they come to seek the Lord their God. They shall ask for Zion, seeking out the way. Come, let us join ourselves to the Lord in an everlasting covenant, never to be forgotten. Lot's sheep were my people, their shepherd misled them, leading them astray on the mountains. From mountain to hill they wandered, forgetting their fold. Whoever happened upon them devoured them. Their enemies said, we are not guilty. Because they sinned against the Lord, the abode of the just, the hope of their ancestors. Flee from the midst of the Babylon, leave the land of the Chaldeans, be like rams at the head of the flocks. See, I am stirring up against Babylon a band of the great nation from the land of the north. They are arrayed against her, from there she shall be taken. Their arrows are like the arrows of the skilled warriors who never returns empty-handed. Chaldea shall be become plunder, all its plunderers shall be enriched, oracle of the Lord. Yes, rejoice and exult, you that plunder my heritage. Frisk like calves on the grass, neigh like stallions. Your mother will indeed be put to shame, she that bore you shall be abashed. See the last of the nation, a wilderness, a dry wasteland. Because of the Lord, the last it shall be uninhabited, become an utter wasteland. Everyone who passes by Babylon will be appalled and hiss at all its wounds. Take your post encircling Babylon, you who bend the bow, shoot at it, do not spare your arrows. Raise the war cry against it on every side, it surrender, its bastions fall, its walls are torn down. This is the retribution from the Lord, take retribution on her, as she has done, do to her. For she sinned against the Lord. Cut up the sorrow from Babylon and those wild seekers at harvest time. Before the destroying sword, all of them turn back to their own people, all flee to their own land. Israel was a stray sheep that Orion pursued. The king of the Assyria once devoured him. Now Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon knows his bones. Therefore thus said the Lord of hosts, God of Israel, I'll punish the king of Babylon and his land as I once punished the king of the Assyria. But I'll bring Israel back to its pasture to feed on Carmel and Bashan, and on mountain Ephraim and Gilead until they have their fills. In those days, at that time, order of the Lord, the guilt of the Israel may be sought, but it no longer exists. The sin of the Judah, but it cannot no longer be found, for I'll forgive the remnant I preserved. Attack the land of the Merathaim and those who live in Pekod. Slaughter and put them under the ban, order of the Lord, do all I have commanded you. Better alarm in the land, great destruction. How the hem of the whole earth has been cut out and broken. What an object of the horror Babylon has become among the nations. You ensnared yourself and were caught, Babylon, before you knew it. You were discovered and seized because you challenged the Lord. The Lord opens his armories, bring out the weapon of his wrath. The Lord God of hosts has worked in the land of the Chaldeans. Come upon them from every side, open their granaries, pile them up in the heaps and put them under the ban. Do not leave a remnant. Slay all the oxen, take them down to the slaughter. Woe to them, their day has come, the time of their punishment. Listen, the fugitives, the refugees from the land of the Babylon. They announce in Zion the retribution of the Lord our God. Call archers out against Babylon, all bend the bow, encamp around them, let no one escape. Repay them for their deeds, what they had done, do to them. For they insult the Lord, they wholly one up Israel. Therefore their young men shall fall in the scales, all their warriors shall be still on the days, oracle of the Lord. I am against you in Solomon's oracle of the Lord God of hosts, for your day has come, the time for me to punish you. In Solomon's stumble and falls, there is no one to raise him up. I'll kindle a fire in his cities to devour everything around him. Thus says the Lord of hosts, oppressed are the people of Israel, together with the people of Judah. All their captors hold them fast and refuse to let them go. Strong is their Redeemer, whose name is the Lord of hosts, the sure defender of the cause, who gives rest to the land, but unrest to those who live in Babylon. A sword upon Chaldeans, oracle of the Lord, upon the inhabitants of the Babylon, her princes and sages. A sword upon the soothsayers, and they become fools. A sword upon the warriors, and they tremble. A sword upon their mortal tongues, and they become women. A sword upon their treasure, and they are plundered. A drought upon the walls, and they dry up, for it is a land of the idols, soon made frantic by phantoms. Hence, wild cat shall dwell there with hyenas, and ostrich occupy it. Never again shall be inhabited or settled from age to age. As it happened when the God overturned Sodom and Gomorrah and their neighbors, oracle of the Lord, no one shall dwell there, no mortal shall settle there. See, a people comes from the north, a great nation and mighty kings rising from the ends of the earth. Bow and Javelian they wield, cruel and pitiless are they. They sound like a roaring sea as they ride forth on horses. Each in place for battle against the Doro Babylons. The king of Babylon hears news of them, and his hand hang helpless. Anguish takes hold of him like the pang of the woman giving birth. As happened when a lion comes out from a thicket of the Jordan to permanent pastures, so I in an instant will chase them out and establish there whomever I choose. For who is like me, who can call me to account? What shepherd can stand against me? Therefore hear the stretch of the Lord which he has divided against Babylon. Hear the plans draw up against the land of the Chaldeans. They shall be dragged away, even the smallest sheep. Their own pasture are gassed because of them. At that cry, Babylon is captured, the earth quakes. The outcry is heard among the nations. Jeremiah chapter 51, the second oracle against Babylon. Thus said the Lord, say I loud against Babylon and the inhabitant of the Chaldea, a destroyer wind. To Babylon I will send the wind north to winnow and lay waste the land. They shall besiege it on every side on the day of the affliction. How can the archers draw back their bows, lift their armors? Do not spare her young men, put the entire army under the ban. The slain shall fall in the land of the Chaldea, the wounded in its streets. For Israel and Judah are not left without by their God, the Lord of hosts. Every though the land is full of guilt against the Holy One of Israel. Flee from Babylon, each of you save your own life, do not perish because of her guilt. This is time of the retribution from the Lord. Who pays out her due? Babylon was a golden cup in the hand of the Lord, making the whole earth drunk. The nation drank its wine, thus they have gone mad. Babylon suddenly falls and is broken. Wail over her, bring balm for her wounds, in case she can be healed. He have tried to heal Babylon, but she cannot be healed. Leave her, each of us must go to our own land. The judgment against her reaches the heavens, it touches the cloud. The Lord has brought forth our vindication. Come, let us tell in Zion what the Lord our God has done. Sharpen the arrows, fill the quivers. The Lord has stirred up the spirit of the king of the Medes. For his reserve is Babylon destruction. Yes, it is a retribution from the Lord, a retribution for his temples. Over the walls of the Babylon raise a signal, reinforce the watch, post sentries, arrange ambushes. For the Lord has both planned and carried out what he spoke against the inhabitant of the Babylon. You who dwell by mighty walls, rich in treasure, your end has come, at the time at which you shall be cut off. The Lord of hosts has sworn by himself, I will fill you with people as numerous as locusts, who shall raise over your joyous shout. He made the earth by his power, established the world by wisdom, and by his skill stretched out the heavens. When he thunders the water in the heaven roar, he summoned the cloud from the ends of the earth, make a lightning flash in the rain, and bring out the winds from their storehouses. Every man is stupid, ignorant. Every artisan is put to shame by his idol. He molds a fraud without a life breath. They are nothing, a ridiculous work. They will perish at the time of the punishment. Jacob's portion is nothing like them. He is a creator of all things. Israel is his very own tribe. Lord of hosts is his name. You are my hammer, a weapon for war. With you I shatter nations. With you I destroy kingdoms. With you I shatter horse and rider. With you I shatter chariot and drivers. With you I shatter man and woman, with you I shatter old and young, with you I shatter the young man and the young woman. With you I shatter shepherd and the flock, with you I shatter farmer and team, with you I shatter governor and the officials. Thus I repay Babylon at the inhabitant of the Chaldea for all the evil they committed against Zion before your very eyes, oracle of the Lord. Beware, I am against you, destroying Mount oracle of the Lord, the destroyer of the entire earth. I will stretch forth my hand against you, roll you down over the cliffs, and make you burn mountains. They will not take from your cornerstone or foundation stone. You shall remain ruins forever, oracle of the Lord. Raise a signal in the land, sound the trumpet among the nations, dedicate the nation for war against her. Summon against her the kingdoms Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. appoint the recruiting official against dispatch horses like a bristling locust. Dedicate the nation for war against the king of the Medes, its governor and all its officials, every land in its domain. The earthquake and the rise, the Lord's plan against Babylon is carried out, turning the land of the Babylon into a wasteland without inhabitants. Babylon warriors have ceased to fight, they remain in their strongholds, dry up is their strength, they have become women. Burned down are their homes, broken their gates. One runner meets another, herald meets herald, telling the king of Babylon that his entire city has been taken. The forts have been seized, marshes set on fire, warriors panic. For thus says the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, the door of Babylon is like a threatening flow at the time of the treatings. Yet a little while, and the harvest time will come for her. He consumed me, defeated me, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon. He left me like an empty vessel, swallowed me like a sea monster, filled his barrel with my delicacy, and cast me out. Let me turn flesh be feasted upon Babylon, says enthroned Zion. My blood upon the inhabitant of the Chaldea, said the Jerusalem. But now, thus says the Lord, I'll certainly defend your cause, I'll certainly avenge you, I'll dry up her sea and drain her fountain. Babylon shall become a heap of the ruins, a haunt of the jackals, a place of the horror and the hissing without inhabitants. They roar like lions, grow like lion cubs. When they are parched, I set drink before them to make them drunk, that they may be overcome with the everlasting sleep, never to awaken. Oracle of the Lord. I'll bring them down like a lamb to the slaughter, like lambs and goats. How she has been seized, taken captive, the glory of the whole world. What the whole of Babylon has become among the nations. Against Babylon the sea arises, she is overwhelmed by roaring waves. Her city has become wasteland, a parched and arid land where no one lives, no one passes through. I punish the bear in Babylon and make him a vomit of the what he swallowed. Nations shall no longer stream to him, even the wall of the Babylon falls. Leave her, my people, each of you, save your own life from the burning wrath of the Lord. Do not be discouraged when rumors spread through the land. This year one rumor comes, next year another. Violence in the land, or ruler against ruler. Realize that the days are coming when I punish the idol of the Babylon. The whole land shall be put to shame. All her slain shall fall in her midst. Then the heaven and earth and everything in them shall shout over Babylon with joy when the destroyer come against her from the north, oracle of the Lord. Babylon too must fall, you slain of the Israel, because by the hand of the Babylon, the slain of the old earth have fallen. You have escaped the sword, go, do not stand idle. Remember the Lord from the far away, let Jerusalem come to mind. We are ashamed because we have heard taunt, disgrace covers our face, strangers have entered the sanctuaries in the Lord's house. Therefore see, days are coming, oracle of the Lord, when I punish her idols, and throughout the land the wounded will groan. Though Babylon scale the heavens and make her strong aid inaccessible, my destroyer shall reach her, oracle of the Lord. A sound crying from Babylon, great destruction from the land of the Chaldeans. From the Lord lays Babylon waste, silence her loud cry, waves roaring like mighty walls, a clamor resounding. For the destroyer comes upon her, upon Babylon, warriors are captured, their bows broken. The Lord is God of the recompense, he really surely repay. I'll make her prince and sages drunk with her governors, officials, and warriors, so that they sleep an everlasting sleep, never to awaken, or of the king whose name is Lord of hosts. Thus said the Lord of hosts, the wall of the spacious Babylon shall be leveled to the ground, its lofty gate destroyed by fire. The toil of the people is for nothing, the nation weary themselves for what the flames consumes. The prophecy sent to Babylon. The mission Jeremiah the prophet gave to Seraiah, son of the Neriah, son of the Messiah, when he went to Babylon with King Zedekiah, king of Judah, in the fourth year of his reign. Seraiah was the chief quartermaster. Jeremiah wrote down on one scroll the disaster that would befall Babylon. All these words were written against Babylon. And Jeremiah said to Seraiah, when you reach Babylon, see that you read all these words aloud. And then say, Lord yourself spoke against this place in order to cut it down so that nothing, human being or beast, could live in it, because it is to remain a wasteland forever. When you have finished reading this scroll, tie a stone to it and throw it into the Euphrates, and say, thus Babylon shall think it will never rise because of the disaster I am bringing upon it. Thus far the words of the Jeremiah. Jeremiah chapter 52, capture of the Jerusalem. Zedekiah was 21 years old when he became king. He reigned 11 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Hamutal, daughter of Jeremiah from Libnah. He did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, just as Jehoiakim had done. Indeed, the things done in Jerusalem and in Judah so angered the Lord that he cast them out from his presence. Thus Zedekiah rebelled against the king of Babylon. In the 10th month of the 9th year of his reign, on the 10th day of the month, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and his entire army advanced against Jerusalem, encamped around it, and built siege walls on every side. The siege of the city continued until the 11th year of the king Zedekiah. On the 9th day of the 4th month, when a famine had gripped the city and the people had no more bread, the city walls were breached, all the soldiers fled and left the city by night through the gate between the two walls which were near the king's garden. With the Chaldeans surround the city, they went in the direction of the Arabah. But the Chaldeans' army pursued the king and overtook Zedekiah in the wilderness near Jericho. His whole army fled from him. The king therefore was arrested and brought to Riblah in the land of the Hamas, to the king of the Babylon, who pronounced the judgment on him. As Zedekiah looked on, the king of Babylon slaughtered his son before his eyes. All the noble of the Judah were slaughtered at the Riblah. And the eyes of the Zedekiah he then blinded, bound him with chains, and the king of the Babylon brought him to Babylon and kept him in prison until the day he died. The destruction of Jerusalem. On the 10th of the 5th month, this was in the 19th year of the Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar, captain of the bodyguard, came to Jerusalem as the representative of the king of the Babylon. He burned the house of the Lord, the palace of the king, and all the houses of the Jerusalem. Every large building he destroyed with fire. Then the Chaldeans troops with the captain of the guard tore down all the walls that surrounded Jerusalem. Nebuchadnezzar, captain of the guard, led into exile the remnant of the people left in the city, those who had deserted to the king of the Babylon, and the rest of the artisans. But Nebuchadnezzar, captain of the guard, left behind some of the country poor as vine dressers and farmers. The bronze pillar that belonged to the house of the Lord, and where the cot and the bronze seat in the house of the Lord, the Chaldeans broke into pieces. They carried away all the bronze to the Babylons. They also took the pot, the shovels, the snuffers, the bowls, the pans, and all the bronze vessels used for service. The basin fire holders, the bowls, the pot, the lampstand, the pan, the sacrificial bowls made of the gold or silver. Along with these furnishing the captain of the guard carried out. The two pillars, the one seat and its base of the 12 oxen cast in bronze, and the wheel the cart King Solomon had commissioned for the house of the Lord. The bronze from all these furnishing was impossible to weigh. As for the pillars, each of them was 18 cubits high and 12 cubits in diameter. Each was 4 fingers thick and hollow inside. A bronze capital 5 cubits high crowned the one pillars, and a network with the pomegranate encircled the capital. All of bronze, and so far the other pillars with the pomegranate. There were 96 pomegranates on the side, 100 pomegranates surrounding the networks. The captain of the guard also took Seraiah the high priest, Zephaniah the second priest, and the 3 keepers of the entrance. From the city he took 1 courtiers, a commander of the soldiers, and 7 men in the personal service of the king still in the city, the scribe of the army, commander who marshaled the people of the land, and the 60 of the common people remaining in the city. The captain of the guard, Nebuzaradan, arrested them and brought them to the king of the Babylon at the Riblah, who had them struck down and executed in the Riblah in the land of the Hamas. Thus Judah was exiled from the land. This is the number of the people Nebuchadnezzar led away captive in his 17th year, 3,023 people of the Judah. In 18th year of the Nebuchadnezzar, 832 persons from Jerusalem. In 23rd year of the Nebuchadnezzar, the Nebuchadnezzar, captain of the guard, deported 745 Judahites, 4,600 persons in all. Favor shown to Jehoiachin. In the 37 years of the exile of the Jehoiakim, king of the Judah, on 25th day of the 12th month, Evil-Merodach, king of the Babylon, in the inaugural year of his reign, raised up the Jehoiachin, king of the Judah, and released him from prison. He spoke kindly to him and gave him a throne higher than the throne of the other kings who were with him in Babylon. Jehoiachin took out his prison garb and ate at the king of the table as long as he lived. The allowance given him by the king of the Babylon was a perpetual allowance in a fixed daily amount, all the days of his life until the days of his death.